Hello gamers, welcome to the Sunday stream, where it is Sunday and we stream on Sunday. Because I really didn't feel like streaming yesterday, because that was bad. It was a bad day. And it was bad. Hello. How is everyone doing? How are we all fucking? That is the warm soda that I accidentally left out. Dino sludge? Do we watch more AI generated dino sludge garbage? Is that what we do today? Does that sound like a fun time? No. I see no, I see yes. Cool with that, would enjoy that. Well. Who am I to deny my audience what they truly want? Let me... We'll do one sludge, and then we'll go into the parktism. How's that sound? You can have one dino sludge as a treat. Let's see. Okay, hold up. I can do a little something here. Please do not adjust your set. Have you watched the JP Analog Horror Series by Dino X86? It's an analog horror series without the paranormal shit. Well, that's good. Please post more JW2 videos. I'm working on it, I promise. But I have not seen that analog horror series. At least I don't think I have. Am I so quiet? Am I quiet? I'm looking at the waveforms. It looks like I'm decently loud. Maybe I'm just tired. Perhaps that is my problem. Sounds alright. Let's... Ah, yes, that was when we were doing Life is Strange Bingo. Okay. Let me shrink myself. Yeah, the Spinosaurus started breaking the fourth wall and talking out of nowhere. That one's my favorite. Let me shrink myself. Ah, there we go. Which corner was I in the last sludge? I think it was this one. I'm trying to... Okay. I feel like top 10 animals you're glad are extinct is like that's a good start, right? Yeah, it's got to be consistent. It's got to be. Oh, this looks like some sludge. Look at that. Look, it's like it's clipping through the boat. It's got a tentacle coming out the side of its face. Elephant looking monster. Oh, that's Platybelodon. Yeah, that one's actually real. This is AI generated garbage. This right here. Oh, you can't see my mouse. This whale monster thing, that's AI generated garbage. Animals you're glad are extinct. Jacolopterus. And that looks like a mix between a fucking that's the one sea scorpion that Nigel Marven pulled out in the Ordovician, and also like a vinegaroon. I want to watch this one because this one has 4 million views on it, and this is the fucking thumbnail. Also, yeah, Crash Bandicoot. You're apparently glad he's extinct. What? And this was made a year ago, so this is like it has to be AI generated. It has to be. I know it is.
Hey, welcome to New
Hey!
Are you fascinated by animals that roamed our Earth a long time ago? Millions of years ago, some of the
Millions of years ago.
most terrifying creatures we have ever known existed.
Okay, listen. I don't have the best voice, right? This guy's voice grates on me. Oh yeah, I'll turn it up a bit. Here we go. Okay, let's start over. Let's start over.
Hey, welcome to a new video. Are you fascinated by animals that roamed our Earth a long time ago? Millions of years ago, some of the largest and
Millions
most
of years
terrifying
ago.
creatures we have ever known existed.
Like the
Some of these
Indominus
animals were
Rex.
also extremely dangerous. From the imposing T-Rex to the colossal Megalodon. Today we're gonna show you 20 dangerous animals.
Oh shit.
Hey, welcome to
If I see these new fucking people waving at me one more time, I'm gonna blow my brains out. I accidentally hit the back button on my mouse. You'll have to forgive me.
From the imposing T-Rex to
There.
the colossal Megalodon. Today we're gonna show you 20 dangerous animals that have gone extinct.
Okay, so what are we thinking will be on the list? Because we don't have the chapters to spoil us, thank God. However, that does mean we don't have the chapters to laugh at, which is sad. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm hoping we get something really just completely out of pocket, like hallucigenia or something. Can I go full screen? But then I can't credit the wonderful creator of this video. Oh god, I hope we get Triceratops again. Like, T-Rex, Megalodon, 100%, they're on the list. Mosasaurus, 100% on the list. But I want, like, the weird shit. I hope that, like, Anomalocaris and Hallucigenia are on this list.
Are you new to this channel?
Yes.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell.
Your icon is also AI generated.
Number 20. The Megalodon was an impressive species of shark that first appeared on Earth about 18 million years ago.
Okay, 20 bucks says he's gonna go into the debate the debate on whether or not Megalodon is still alive. By the way, it's not. It absolutely is not. Also, you probably wouldn't have to worry about Megalodon if it were still alive today, because, like, first of all, you don't have to worry about most of the sharks that are alive today that would, like, based on their body size, probably view humans as something that's, like, pretty good to eat, you know? Like, if I were a great white shark and I saw something about human size, I would think, like, you know what? That'll keep me full. But they don't bother. They really don't. So why the fuck would a Megalodon care about you? Yeah, the worst that would happen is it would attack ships. How often do you guys go out on ships? What would actually satisfy the Megalodon as prey? Whales. That's like the main thing it ate. Which, all these all these people that are like, hey, Megalodon must still be alive out there, all those people kind of fail to take into account the fact that for hundreds of years, we were hunting the Megalodon's primary source of prey, and not one fucking whaler in all of recorded human history has ever reported, hey, I saw a 50-foot long fucking shark that was eating whales out there. Sea serpents, yes. Giant squids, yes. Giant sharks, not a fucking one. And even then, sea serpents and giant squids can be explained by animals that do actually exist today, like oarfish and giant squids.
And went extinct about 2.6 million years ago.
Or
with
did
a
it?
length of nearly 59 feet or 18 meters, this shark was a dominant predator and had few natural enemies. The Megalodon was closely related to the modern white shark and primarily hunted.
I saw the footage of whales, and I thought I was gonna say, the Megalodon is closely related to modern whales. I'm just like, I got a little scared after last time with Therizinosaurus being a fucking descendant of Velociraptor.
Large sea creatures such as whales, dolphins, and sea turtles. Fossil teeth of the Megalodon are regularly found and are easily recognizable due to their unique shape and size.
Yeah, size
Some
being
teeth
fucking
are
massive.
quite large, and scientists speculate that the shark may have survived until 12,000 years ago, when humans first appeared on Earth. Although scientists agree that the Megalodon.
Okay, I guess that depends on your definition of humans. Like, fuck, when were Homo sapiens first evolving? I want to say that was like 100,000 years ago. That does not sound right to me. 12,000 years ago. I don't think that's right. I'm not an expert on that. Human evolution is not remotely my field of expertise. Oh, okay, so the AI got confused because 12,000 years ago is from that one debunked Megalodon tooth. Okay, that was like shittily carbon dated. Got it. No. This is gonna be AI slop because it just got confused. The AI just got confused. It's right in the script for him.
Is extinct, there are still some people who believe that this huge shark
Yep.
still exists. Numerous videos on YouTube
Basking
claim to
shark.
have evidence of the Megalodon, but these claims have never been scientifically proven. It is therefore highly unlikely that this shark still exists, as no recent evidence has been found to support it. Furthermore, the presence of a shark of this size in the current time would certainly have been noticed. Number 19.
Okay, he's not a Megalodon truther, thank fucking God. I mean, at the very fucking least, the video proof he posted was just like, for the one thing, at least it looked like a fucking shark. Because it was a shark, and it's not just like, I don't know, a piece of rock out in the distance that I've seen a few times. Just like, this proves that Megalodon is here, because it's obviously a big fucking shark. So yeah, good job AI. Let's see if it gets more confused as the script goes on.
The Platybelodon, a prehistoric mammal, closely.
Okay, listen, Platybelodon looks weird enough. What the fuck are the proportions on this thing? Look at it. It looks so fucking stretched out. It's like, it's got like a line of action on it or something. It looks like it's made of clay. It's so weird. Oh my God, why does it look like that? Ah, Betty the Platybelodon!
Related to today's elephants, roamed in large herds between 23 and 4 million
There you
years
go,
ago
that's what
across
one looks
Africa,
like. And see,
Europe,
there's Great
Asia,
Blue on his
and
back.
North America. It was a huge herbivorous elephant, known for its peculiar shovel-shaped lower teeth. The
What is
Platybelodon
animation?
lived in the marshy areas of the savannas and could reach up to 20 feet or 6 meters in length.
Also, marshy areas of the savannas. Those are two basically completely different biomes, but whatever.
And be 9 feet or 2.8 meters tall, as well as weighing up to 4.5 tons. It searched for food with its trunk in nearby lakes. Scientists have observed wear patterns.
Yeah, no, this is a real species. Like, it is this weird, um, elephant-like thing. I totally forget the name of the group. Like, is it Proboscideans? I'm not an elephant expert. Um, but yeah, like just elephant relatives, not like a true elephant. It's got this big weird shovel chin thing. It's absolutely bizarre. But honestly, I yeah, this is one of those animals that's like, why am I glad this is extinct? Just because it's kind of ugly? Gomphotheres, thank you. Like, I don't know. I can't imagine this being any more or less dangerous than a current modern day elephant. Like, do they know how dinosaurs look like just from putting the bones back together? Is there a chance to put it back wrong? Yes. That's happened a lot in just history. Like probably the most famous example of this is Iguanodon, when they reconstructed it as this big lizard that had like a horn on its nose, but then it was just like, oh wait, the horn, quote unquote, is actually its thumb. It's like a big spike on its thumb. Um, a lot of that just comes down to the fact that one, the fossil record is notoriously incomplete, and a lot of species are known from basically one specimen. Sometimes it's a very good specimen, like Carnotaurus, which is most of the animal except the lower legs, I think. Um, Cryolophosaurus, I think, is quite... But for an Antarctic species, it's extremely well preserved. Um, but a lot of things are debated, like integument covering or amount of muscle or fat distributed. So that's why you're seeing that's why you see something like the Jurassic Park T-Rex, which is like the fenestra holes are a lot more closely, they're a lot more shrink wrapped, right? Compared to like something like the prehistoric planet T-Rex, which is a lot chunkier. It's a big chunky boy. Like you'll see variation in depictions like that. Yeah, not to mention with things like dinosaurs in particular, we don't really have a lot to go on in terms of like modern day analogs, right? Like that's one of the big things. Like if we find a big extinct crocodile thing, yeah, it's gonna look like a crocodile. What the fuck ever. If we find something that's like a big bird crocodile lizard thing, we're scientists in the 1800s. What the fuck is this? Then yeah, it's gonna take us a little while to put the pieces together. How many dinosaurs do you think haven't been discovered? Uncountable. It is uncountable because there are so many biomes that do not preserve fossils. Things like tropical rainforests, hell, massive sections of, I mean, this is not dinosaurs really, but massive sections of the ocean that aren't really accessible to us for us to like dig through fossils for, all gone. All gone. Just and it's so like I think about that sometimes and it just fills me with complete dread and disappointment. I wish I could go back in time and know what was back there. I wish I could know the unknowable, do the impossible, see the invisible, row fight the power.
On the Platybelodon's teeth, suggesting that the lower tusks were used to peel bark off trees. Although it looks like its tusks were designed for a different purpose, the Platybelodon used its teeth to graze on grass, leaves, and tree bark.
Okay, we're doing this shit again where it's like, hey, this thing has really big teeth, but it's an herbivore. Like, bro, we got elephants. We got fucking elephants. They have giant fucking tusks, and they use them to, like, I don't know, I saw a video earlier of, like, an elephant just kind of, like, digging its tusks into the dirt and just, like, ripping up grass and shit. It's weird.
Contrast to modern elephants, which have long, cylinder-like tusks, the Platybelodon had smaller and more stretched tusks, giving it a unique appearance.
So
These
goofy.
impressive animals lived during the Miocene and Pliocene epoch and were an important part of
Epoch? Epoch? I've heard epoch and epic. Epoch is a new one.
the prehistoric ecosystem. Number 18. The Titanoboa is one of the most fascinating and frightening creatures to have ever lived. This enormous extinct snake belonged to the giant snake family and lived 58.
This enormous snake belonged to the snake family. Well done. Good job, AI script. Like, I get that the fucking layman viewer isn't gonna understand, like, you know, different snake clades or whatever. It's not gonna understand, they're not gonna understand different snake families. You could fucking try, dude. Just say it's like a fucking constrictor. You know? I mean, like, they're probably going to go into that. They're probably going to say, like, it's non-venomous.
To 60 million years ago, in what is now Colombia. They measured almost 43 feet, or 13 meters in length, and weighed up to 2,500 pounds, or 1,135 kilograms. Fossils of this giant snake were only
I don't know how accurate those weight estimates are, but that seems like a bit much. I don't know. They're probably using, like, anacondas as a reference for that, because anacondas are ridiculously heavy. And as far as I'm aware, like, the closest living relatives to Titanoboa, or at least like the closest analog we would have today, because I'm pretty sure the idea is that Titanoboa would have been, like, primarily aquatic, the same way anacondas are. Like, they can go on land, but they would spend most of their time in the water just because they are such massive fucking snakes, and most of their prey is in the water anyway.
Discovered in 2009 in one of the Correon coal mines in La Guajira, Colombia. Interestingly, the huge size of this animal was likely due to the extremely hot climate of that time. The Titanoboa's
its size was due to the hot climate. How? I've never heard of size being linked with temperature and climate. I've never heard of that before. I've heard of that in regards to, like, you know, insular dwarfism and insular gigantism, deep sea gigantism. Really, a hot climate for, like, an ectotherm like this would just mean it could be potentially more active at, I don't know, more times in the day or whatever. That's really fucking weird. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
diet consisted mainly of reptilian birds, giant turtles.
Reptilian birds? I mean, okay, if you want to be a fucking pedant about taxonomy, which we're all about here on the Fish Take on a Stick channel, then sure, birds are reptilian. But I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be a comma there. Reptilians, birds, and all this other shit.
Fish, and even crocodiles. What many people don't know is that scientists believe the Titanoboa may have been capable of climbing trees, something unusual for snakes.
Okay. First of all, probably no. This is a 50-foot long snake that weighed, as far as your estimates go, around 2,000 pounds. This was not climbing trees. Second of all, that is not even remotely unusual for snakes. Not even a little bit. Snakes do that shit all the time. There are snakes named after the fact that they climb fucking trees. This is not even unique among constrictor snakes. Look at a fucking emerald tree boa, which, by the way, if you couldn't tell by the name, climbs in trees. You stupid. Or hey, how about the green tree python? Unusual because of how big it is? He's just saying that for all snakes in general, though. Like, again, that is being too generous to the shitty AI script. He said that is unusual for snakes, not unusual for a snake of this size.
Fossil remains of a closely related snake were found to have the ability to climb and take refuge in trees.
Was this closely related snake 50 feet long and 2,000 pounds? Again, an emerald tree boa is closely related. A green tree python is closely related. Hell, super dwarf retics are closely related.
Indicating that the Titanoboa was probably also capable of climbing trees. Another interesting fact is that the scientists have discovered that the Titanoboa had a high oxygen demand. This is because the snake's gigantic size required a tremendous amount of muscle power to move. To operate those muscles, the Titanoboa needed a lot of oxygen, so the animal probably lived near aquatic areas where humidity was high and there was more oxygen.
High humidity doesn't equate to more oxygen, does it? Because, like, I don't know about you guys, but when it's super fucking humid, I feel like I can barely goddamn breathe. Maybe trees were bigger? This was in, like, the, I think this is in the Paleocene. So this would not have been, like... This was, like, right after the extinction of the dinosaurs. Humidity has zero correlation with oxygenation. See, like, I thought the same thing. Like, I feel like needing a high oxygen content usually equates to animals evolving certain adaptations that allow them to intake more oxygen, not necessarily them living in, you know, higher oxygenated areas, because that's kind of silly. You know what I mean? Like, one of the big things about humans that makes us so unique is just like how much oxygen we can intake. Like, partly because I think in comparison to other primates, our noses are a lot bigger, and so that lets us like intake more oxygen and, you know, keep our lung capacity super high, all that kind of good shit, and that allows us to be very good pursuit predators, which is what, you know, led us to hunting a lot of Ice Age megafauna and shit like that, and the propagation of human civilization, yada 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 yada. So I really think that some humans' noses are bigger than others. Oy vey. So yeah, I really think that if Titanoboa did need such high amounts of oxygen, which snakes in general, just as far as I'm aware, kind of don't. Like, as far as I'm aware, the reason that, like, you can cut off a snake's head and they'll still move around for quite a while afterwards is because, like, they're still going on all that oxygen in their blood. Like, I'm pretty sure they're extremely efficient at using oxygen. So, like, the oxygen that they do intake lasts in their bloodstream for a very long time. As far as I'm aware. I might be wrong on that. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all just random bullshit. And, like, associating all of this with humidity, in particular, is very stupid.
Number 17. The saber-tooth tiger, also known as
Smilodon. 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 Also, do you call it a tiger or a cat?
Number 17. The saber-tooth tiger, also
Yeah, he called it a tiger. God damn it. Of course, he called it a tiger. Why wouldn't he?
known as Smilodon, is one of the most iconic
Megalodon.
predators from prehistoric times. However, it was not a true tiger, but a
Then why'd you fucking call it a tiger? Ugh. Also, not a true tiger. It wasn't a tiger at all. Not even close, really. They're part of their own unique family of cats.
distinct species that went extinct between 2.5 million and 12,000 years ago. The Smilodon was a large feline that lived in North and South America, standing about 7 feet or 2.2 meters tall, weighing between 350 and 615 pounds.
There's watermarks on that
160
image.
to 280 kilograms. And it had huge teeth that could grow up to 12 inches.
Isn't it believed that Smilodon's closest living relative is a snow leopard, or am I misremembering? You might be confusing that with how, I believe tigers are actually most closely related to snow leopards. If I'm not mistaken, Smilodon isn't super closely related to any living cat, but if there was like one big cat that it would be most closely related to, I think it would actually be the jaguar. I'm pretty sure on that one, but again, I could be totally fucking off base.
Or 30 centimeters long. It was an incredibly powerful hunter and could surprise and attack its prey with deadly precision. Interestingly, the Smilodon may have hunted in groups, unlike many other large cats that hunt alone. This cooperative method may have contributed.
I think I've heard some things about like Smilodons living in, or at least certain kinds of saber cats living in groups. There's some evidence of this, at the very least within like family groups. Yeah, I guess it would be, you know, equally related to all members of Panthera, so probably not jaguars then. Maybe, fuck, I don't know, clouded leopards? I have no idea. Yeah, I know that there's some sort of evidence for like at least family groups within saber cats, but the evidence is spotty at best.
To the fearsome reputation of the Smilodon. Additionally, it ate a variety of prey, including mastodons,
Hey, it's
elephants,
Half-Tooth.
deer,
That's our
horses,
boy.
and bison. What many people don't know is that the Smilodon's fangs were actually more
Don't.
fragile than those of modern cats.
Oh, we're doing the fragile fangs thing. Yay. Was that a naked mammoth? A lot of mammoths actually weren't hairy. Like the Colombian mammoth was, I believe, not very hairy. The woolly mammoths, I think, well, the woolly mammoth and the mastodon were like two exceptions, as far as I'm aware. A lot of elephants and elephant relatives were not super hairy. Yeah, I find the whole saber-tooth cat fangs a really fragile thing to just be kind of funny. Because it's like, why'd they put them on their face? People say that saber-tooth has fragile teeth. That's been a thing that's been going around for a while. Like, we just saw Half-Tooth in the Walking with Beasts episode. And even back then, they mentioned that this was in, like, I think 2000, 2001. They mentioned that, like, oh, hey, the saber-tooth cat teeth are quite fragile, which is how Half-Tooth ended up breaking one of his teeth. So it's like, oh, as saber-tooth cats, we cannot puncture these into bone, or else they'll just fucking snap like twigs. We gotta use them, like, super precisely into arteries and stuff. But it's like, they probably wouldn't have been that fucking fragile. They're giant fucking saber teeth on their face. They also made a similar, a lot of scientists have made a similar point with therizinosaur claws, which is that, oh hey, these would have been, some scientists were even saying that they would have been too fragile to use for fucking browsing. And so maybe they would have been like the Therizinosaurus in Jurassic World Dominion, where it's just like kind of eat some little plants on the ground here. Nim, 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 nim. And so they certainly would have been used for combat, but yeah, again, it's just like why would you evolve something that is like such a massive energy expenditure to like grow these giant fucking fangs or these giant fucking claws only to have them be extremely brittle? So that you basically can't use them for anything. Like, be real with me, scientists.
This was because the fangs were very long and thin, making them easier to break during the hunt. Despite this fragility, the Smilodon's fangs were still deadly, and it's one of the most feared predators of its time. Number 16. Imagine standing on the coast of Peru,
Livyatan.
13 million years ago, and seeing a shadow move.
Oh, right. I forgot that the Therizinosaurus evolved these giant fucking claws to use as a sexual display feature. I guess the Smilodon must have been the same. My fucking bad, bro.
Beneath the waves. It would have been the Livyatan, the largest
Livyatan
whale ever to have lived. The colossal animal shared the water with another giant predator, the terrifying Megalodon shark. The Livyatan weighed about 110,000 pounds, or 50,000 kilograms.
What? Hold on, did I hear that? 110,000 pounds. That does not sound right. Hold the fuck up. $110,000 pounds. How much does the regular sperm whale weigh? That's got to be like, I want to say it's like 50,000, right? Okay, 45 tons. Ton is 2,000. That's like 80,000. That's like 90,000 for like an adult male. So that's a lot bigger. That does not sound right to me. I don't think Livyatan was like even necessarily bigger than modern sperm whales. I think it was like, I think it was just more macroraptorial. Like it ate more things besides just squid. I don't think it was necessarily bigger. And if, like, I don't know if there's even enough material to really definitively say that it would be.
Was up to 56 feet, or
yeah, 56 feet
long.
An adult bull sperm whale can get like, I want to say 70 feet long. Even though I think these things would have been probably like bulkier. I don't know, man. That's a massive overestimation of weight, I think.
In 2008, fossils of this prehistoric animal were discovered by a Dutch researcher from the Natural History Museum in Rotterdam. It's believed that the Livyatan had strong jaw muscles that allowed it to hunt whales of 23 to 33 feet, or 7 to 10 meters.
Where did chat go? Hello. Okay, chat just like totally crashed on my end. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, hold on. Can I like refresh chat? Close the dog window. Docs menu on the one. Okay. Docs. Chat. No. Oh, okay, we're back. We're back. Thank God. Ooh. Okay, we're back. Jesus Christ. That scared the hell out of me. Anyways. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. 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 Also, people play up this sort of, like, rivalry between Livyatan and Megalodon a lot. As far as I know, like there isn't much evidence of the two interacting. I'm pretty sure they lived at the same time. I don't know about the same place. Like I'm not an expert on where Leviathan was found. I'm pretty sure it was in like it might have been South America actually. I don't know though. Megalodon were found all over the goddamn place. So they probably would have competed for similar food sources, and just based on modern day interactions between similarly sized whales and sharks, which is like orcas and great whites, Leviathan probably would have been better at it. No shade to Megalodon, but cetaceans are kind of overpowered.
Meters. This mighty animal hunted a variety of species, and no animal was safe from this ruler of the ocean. Although the Livyatan is now extinct, its closest living relative is the sperm whale. Number 15.
Listen.
The Spinosaurus was a striking dinosaur that lived during the late Cretaceous period, approximately 112 to 93.5 million years ago. The dinosaur had a long, narrow skull that resembles that of a modern crocodile, and it had a distinctive sail on its back that likely helped regulate its body temperature. The Spinosaurus was capable of hunting both on land and in water, and scientists have recently discovered that it was also a good swimmer and able to hold its breath for long periods of time.
Okay, we can't throw too much shade at the swimming thing, because like I feel like we still have no fucking idea what the deal is with Spinosaurus swimming. We can't. We know that it like lived in swamps and was semi-aquatic. Everything beyond that is like, as far as I'm concerned, it's a crapshoot. I will wait for more. And yeah, of course we have like the land predator Spino mentioned, but it's like it's not that Spinosaurus couldn't hunt stuff on land. It's just that, like, if given the choice, it wouldn't. Tail's literally built for swimming. Why couldn't it swim? People are going back and forth on the paddle tail thing, because some people are saying that the paddle tail is just a display structure. Kind of like a modern day basilisk, which I think is like potentially even a good analog for the sail on its back. So the paddle tail thing is weird. It's very strange. Cause like I don't know much about the flexibility of the tail. Like if it would have been powerful enough to propel the animal, or like flexible enough to propel the animal. Cause like I mean there's no real fucking there's no analog for this in the modern day, because like aquatic birds generally tend to propel themselves with their feet, like either their feet or their wings, or sometimes both. Like even back in the Cretaceous, you had Hesperornis, which was using its giant ass feet as like really big paddles. And in the modern day, you have like penguins who use their foreflippers. So there's no analog for, like, obviously birds have incredibly reduced tails, so there's no analog for that in terms of just like modern day semi-aquatic bird behavior. So you'd have to go with crocodiles, and I don't know what research has been done on Spinosaurus tail that would make it analogous to a crocodile tail. From what I've seen, the bones seem very like tall and thin. So I don't know, like I want to say crocodile tails are more robust. But like I don't do my research before I watch these fucking sludge videos. So
well, it's believed that the Spinosaurus primarily ate.
Lance is probably right that it would have been more of a wader, like a shorebird, like a heron or something. So I'll wait for more research to come out. Like, hell, I'm not even fully convinced that the model of Spinosaurus that we have, like, as we speak, isn't at least somewhat chimeric. Because, like, we're mixing together bones of, like, the old Spinosaurus, Egypticus with all the stuff that's being found in Morocco, and I have no fucking clue what's going on anymore. I'm just gonna wait.
Fish, there's ongoing debate about whether it also hunted smaller animals on land. Interestingly, many
You
of the
just said it
original
did. You just said it could hunt on land and in water. What the fuck?
fossils of the Spinosaurus were destroyed during World War II, leaving scientists with very limited material to study. It was only in recent years that new specimens were found, allowing scientists to gain better insight into this incredible creature. An interesting fact is that some scientists suggest that it was the largest meat-eating dinosaur that ever lived, measuring
lengthwise.
approximately 50 to 60 feet, or 15 to 18 meters in length, and weighing up to 20 tons. This means that the Spinosaurus was likely larger than the famous T-Rex.
Lengthwise.
Number 14. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, also known as the king of the dinosaurs, continues to fascinate people from all over the world to this day. But what makes this
At least the Spinosaurus segment was mostly not contentious. 20 tons? 20 tons does sound like a bit of an overestimate. I don't know. Dinosaur weight is not something I'm super good with. Especially because, again, like, weight estimates are super fucking variable. Because, again, like, we don't know how much... Like, it's difficult to tell how much of this is muscle, how much of this is fat, how much of this is this and this and that. And so weight estimates are super fucking variable and subject to change, and I don't tend to make too many definitive statements on that sort of thing.
Prehistoric creature so special? Firstly, the T-Rex is one of the largest meat-eating... No. Firstly, the T-Rex...
What? What just happened? That wasn't even a tongue twister. That was like fucking Squidward TF2 going like. We have to listen to that again. I have to know if that was like an AI fuck up or what.
Firstly, the T-Rex is one of the largest meat-eating... No.
Okay, I'm like 80% sure that this is an AI voiceover, and he put that in on purpose to make it sound like a real person. I'm like, I don't know, the voice is too annoying to be an AI voiceover. Like, who would choose this? Who would choose this? It's like choosing my voice for an AI voiceover.
Firstly, the T-Rex is one of the largest meat-eating dinosaurs that ever lived, with fossils found in what is now Western North America. But there's more. The T-Rex had strong and high hind legs that allowed it to move remarkably quickly.
Talk about
Its
tiny
forelimbs
arms.
were actually quite powerful,
That's an
despite their
ankylosaur.
small size, and could grip prey while it delivered its deadly bite. Moreover, the T-Rex had an...
Could grip prey. I feel like we always have to do the thing where we talk about T-Rex's tiny fucking arms. Okay, like, he is right in that T-Rex's arms were quite powerful despite their size, unlike something like an ablesaur, which is basically vestigial. They may as well not have arms for all the fucking difference it makes. Although they do have the ball and socket joint in their tiny little arms, which does tell us that they were articulating their arms, which may have been for display features like we see in Prehistoric Planet. That's honestly probably it, because, like, seriously, what the fuck? What the fuck else would they possibly be good for? Although I do think it's kind of odd that like Carnotaurus has like obvious display features over its eyes, and then it also has like the arms display features. Like, hey, far be it from me to say like, oh, you have too many display features when something like a bird of paradise exists. So, it is what it is. When are human arms going to become vestigial? I hope soon. I hope we just like just max into our heads. I hope that eventually we just look like that one image where it's like, where do you work out? At the library. That we look like that guy. Yeah, some people say that they might be for getting up after like having a big old sit or a lay down. Like again, you have to consider ablosaurs. Like they did not have that function in their arms, and yet they're also able to uh get up and groom themselves and shit like that. So mm, it's one of those highly debated things. Like, what does it need these strong arms for, or do the arms even need to be strong? Is that just kind of like a leftover trait? Who knows? Not me.
Excellent hearing and vision.
I'm
And
not
its
gonna
bite
pretend to know
force
that.
was unparalleled. In fact, scientists estimate that the T-Rex had the strongest bite force of any land animal that ever lived. The T-Rex was not only one of the deadliest, but also one of the last dinosaurs to roam the Earth before they all went extinct. With dozens of recent discoveries of T-Rex skeletons, scientists have learned even more about this fascinating creature and are able to reconnect what it looked like and how it behaved. Something interesting that not many people know about the T-Rex is that some scientists think it had a feathered coat. This feathered coat may have provided protection against parasites and diseases. While there's no direct evidence of feathers on T-Rex fossils, feathers have been found on other theropod dinosaurs closely related to the T-Rex. However, much more research is needed to find a definite answer.
Look at this fucking dork. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. He's got like the wall eyes too. Goodness gracious. Okay, so on the feathered T-Rex point, like yes, he is correct in that relatives of T-Rex were discovered with feathers. This is basically like Eutyrannus and Guanlong. These are Proceratosaurid tyrannosauroids. And if that means nothing to you, you're probably normal. Proceratosaurids were basically like the... Well, they weren't... Their name sucks, because they're named after Proceratosaurus, who is named such because, like, it's named after an incomplete skull, which has, like, a little tiny nose horn on it, which was probably more of, like, a crest that went down the length of the head, more like Guanlong. But it's like broken off at the tip. Something similar was done with Ornitholestes, where like its nose was basically gone in the fossil, so they're just like, hey, maybe it had like a little horn there, like they depict in Walking with Dinosaurs. Sorry. Now, these guys are real old in comparison to T-Rex, so there is a distinct possibility that just like T-Rex may have lost its feathered coating over time. And we do have some fossilized skin impressions of T-Rex that show it had basically scales in like certain areas of its body, like around its tail and its, I think, stomach and feet. And also, I think maybe the face. I don't remember all of the spots where T-Rex scales have been found. And so that's led to this semi-popular reconstruction of T-Rex that has like this kind of cape of feathers going down its back. Personally, I think that's cope. I think that is major cope. I don't think it was like fully scaly. I think that something like the prehistoric planet rendition of T-Rex is probably the most accurate in terms of its feathering, where it's just like it's this super light coat that you wouldn't even really see unless you were looking for it. It would be like looking for the hairs on an elephant or a rhino or something like they're there. They're absolutely there, but they're very thin and very sparse. That's what I think would be the case for T-Rex. Don't Triceratops have quills? That is another example of basically the same thing happening with like Guanlong and Eutyrannus. Therefore, T-Rex had feathers. There was a basal ceratopsian called Psittacosaurus, which had these big long quills going down its tail that as far as I know, we still don't really know the function of, outside of maybe, you know, the obvious, like, oh, it's a sexual display structure. Like, hell, maybe they were used like porcupine quills. Who the fuck knows? Like, that would be kind of fun. So people are like, hey, maybe later ceratopsians also had quills, which maybe all marginocephalians did. I also see Pachycephalosaurs reconstructed with quills quite frequently. Lots of patterned holes in their skin. There are a lot of Triceratops skin impressions, which display like a bunch of different the types of scales, including ones that are called nipple scales, which I just find very funny. Those are like big, prominent scales. I don't think there's anything to suggest that like these nipple scales may have housed like quill structures, as far as I'm aware. So maybe Triceratops or other ceratopsians had quills. I don't know. That is a big fat I don't know. If there's like a Triceratops mummy that gets discovered, like some of those hadrosaur mummies, oh, dude, I'd be stoked seeing that. Especially if it had something like quills. That'd be like, that would be rad. I think it would be cool if they did, because it's just like, I think it looks visually interesting. But yeah, like as far as quills and ceratopsians go, after like Psittacosaurus and its relatives, maybe. But that's the best I can give you.
If the T-Rex did indeed have feathers, it would drastically change our view of this prehistoric animal and
Not really.
its place in the evolution of birds.
Not really.
Additionally, scientists have discovered that the T-Rex shared some physical characteristics with birds, such as hollow bones and agility comparable to that of a modern bird.
Okay, first of all, hollow bones are a trait of literally every single dinosaur. More or fucking less, right? I think the dinosaur with the densest bones that we know of is a fucking penguin. Second of all, agility similar to that of birds. No. Just no. Maybe a fucking kiwi. But yeah, like, agile is not the word I would use to describe T-Rex. I wouldn't describe it as lumbering, but it's not agile either. Certainly not to the degree of a bird.
Number 13. The Mosasaurus was
Yep.
one of the largest and last extinct carnivorous reptiles. The creature exclusively lived in the water about 66 million years ago. The name Mosasaurus is derived from the River Maas in the Netherlands, where the first fossils were discovered. The Mosasaurus was a formidable hunter and preyed on fish, large sea turtles, smaller
What the fuck is that animation? It's like a giant squid eating a baby Mosasaurus, and the bigger Mosasaurus just comes out and fucking eats it. The JW2 gameplay? I'm sorry. What? Chat wanted to see dinosaur AI sludge, so we're watching that. Don't worry, we're almost halfway through.
Mosasaurus and even birds. It had an impressive jaw that could open wide enough to consume almost anything it wanted. What many people don't know is that the Mosasaurus also played an important role in history of paleontology. In 1794, fossils of the Mosasaurus were discovered in St. Peter's Mountain in Maastricht. These fossils were the first remains of an animal that did not belong to the contemporary fauna. The discovery of the Mosasaurus was, therefore, a crucial step in understanding the evolution of life on Earth.
I'm not sure how true that is. Paleontology history isn't something I'm super well versed in. Like, the location is true, because like the Mosasaurus is named after I think it's the I don't know how to pronounce the river. It's in Denmark or something, or Germany, I think. But the the Maastrichtian period of paleontology, or of the Cretaceous, which is like the very, very end of it, when things like T-Rex and Triceratops lived. Triceratops? Did I say Triceratops? Triceratops lived. Excuse me, the AI sludge is getting to my brain. That was named after this same river system that Mosasaurus is named after and was initially discovered in. But I actually don't know if Mosasaurus was like the first non-contemporary animal ever discovered. That doesn't sound right, because like I always heard that as being like the iguanodon teeth that Mary Anning found. So
Additionally, the Mosasaurus was
or maybe it was
reportedly
scrotum
the
humanum, I don't even
inspiration
know.
for the mythical sea monsters that appear in many stories.
What?
This was reportedly the inspiration for the mythical sea monsters that appear in many stories. In the 18th century, it was not yet known that these were extinct animals. Therefore, it was believed that monsters had lived in the seas in the past, and the Mosasaurus was seen as evidence of that.
Okay. Okay, this part I do know some stuff about. Alright, so basically, scientists back then didn't really have a concept of extinction yet. Like, they certainly didn't, as far as I know, didn't have a concept of things like evolution, like things going on over millions of years. They didn't really have a concept of things like living far, far in the past and not really being alive anymore. They didn't have a concept of that, so it's just like, oh, I mean, maybe this thing must still exist. But what they ended up trying to do with things like dinosaurs, like the iguanodon, like the Megalosaurus, is try to say, okay, so there's nothing like this alive today, which is weird. So what must have happened is that these were animals that died off in the Great Flood, like Noah's flood, with the ark and everything. Like, because that was just like what scientists believed. It's just like, yeah, the Bible happened. Duh. What the fuck else do you think happened? So, kinda? I'll give this one a kinda.
Number 12. The Foricessidae, also known as the terror
Foricessidae. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, because I'm pretty sure he's referring to Forest Rockus right there. Also, I had it on top chat for a lot of that. I apologize. Foricessidae. Pretty sure it's Forest Rockidae.
birds were a family of extinct flightless birds that roamed South America and Antarctica about 70 million years.
I have never heard of an Antarctic terror bird. I've heard of North American terror birds. There's like Titanus. And obviously South America, you've got like Forest Rockets, and Gastornis was probably a frugivore, but they thought it was a They thought it was a terror bird for a while. They found one recently? Really? Huh. Well, that's kind of neat. Cassowaries be considered modern terror birds? No. They're not really closely related aside from just being, like, flightless birds, really. Also, wait, yeah, did he say 70 million years ago?
Flightless birds that roamed South America and Antarctica about 70 million years ago.
Yeah, wow, that is very wrong. Holy shit. Thank you for pointing that out. I totally missed that. Yeah, wow, that is very, very wrong. Like, these guys were fairly recent. I don't think recent enough to have interacted with, like, hominids, as far as I'm aware. But, yeah, wow, very off. I want to say these guys were around, like, 1-2 million years ago. To, I want to say a few 100,000? When did Titanus go extinct? I think that was one of the later ones. Script error, AI error. You gotta remember, this is AI sludge. Pliocene and earliest Pleistocene. So yeah, this is like, yeah, like 2 million years ago. These guys were still around. 70 million years ago is when dinosaurs were still around. That was like, I think the Campanian of the Cretaceous. Like Albertosaurus was running around and shit.
These birds ranged in size from 2.4 inches to 6 centimeters to
Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up.
These birds ranged in size from 2.4 inches to 6 centimeters to 9.8 feet or 3 meters.
Oh wow, it got confused there. Oh my god, the AI got so confused. That is like all of bird measurement. Bro, that is like the size of a fucking bee hummingbird. I'm pretty sure that the little Gastornis chick in Walking with Beasts that got eaten by ants was bigger than like 2.5 inches. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm going to guess, right? I'm going to guess that it was like maybe it meant like between 2 feet, 2 feet tall, right? That seems like a reasonable estimate for like a small terror bird, right? I'm not a terror bird expert, but you know, like knee height ish, sure.
These birds ranged in size from 2.4 inches or 6 centimeters to 9.8 feet or 3 meters.
Hold the fuck up.
These birds ranged in size from 2.4 inches to 6 centimeters to 9.8 feet or 3 meters. These birds ranged in size from 2.4 inches or 6 centimeters to 9.8 feet or 3 meters, and were known for their terrifying appearance. Unlike other birds, the terror birds did not have wings, but had strong.
You know who else has dementia? You know who else has dementia? And yes, by the way, they do have wings. Literally, like, all birds have wings. Kiwis have wings. Terror birds had wings, they just couldn't fly with them. You stupid. Oh my god. This is like the worst segment so far. It's gonna get worse from here because the AI is going to get even more confused as like it keeps going and going and going and forgetting shit.
Strong legs that allowed the larger species to reach speeds of up to 31 miles per hour, or 50 kilometers an hour. They were carnivores and used their powerful legs, which scientists believed were adapted to kick prey, to catch both smaller animals and larger predators.
Look at this guy.
Although the exact cause of their extinction remains unknown, it's speculated that they disappeared about 2 million years ago, shortly after the arrival of humans. An interesting fact that many people do not know about the terror birds is that they have discovered that terror birds with long and slender beaks probably ate insects and small animals, while those with short and powerful beaks likely hunted larger prey, such as other birds and mammals. This insight has contributed to a better understanding of how terror birds fed and thrived in their prehistoric environment.
I find it very difficult to imagine a very large terror bird eating insects. I mean, maybe it would eat them as like a snack or something, right? Like, Jesus Christ, that was the worst segment so far. Yeah, like Kel and Ken eating fucking bugs. Like, nom, 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 nom. Oh, I fucking love eating bugs. Oh, you can't eat what ain't bugs. Just the bird equivalent of a fucking giant anteater. You know, speculative evolution, guys. Get on that one. Like a terror bird, but it's a giant anteater. It's using like its giant claws to dig through fucking termite mounds. It's got like one of those big tongues. Get on that.
Number 11. The Megatherium was a colossal sloth that once roamed the lands of South America and was as large as an elephant.
Why am I glad this is extinct? Megatherium is fucking radical. How dare you? I am not happy this is extinct at all.
Measuring up to 20 feet or 6 meters in length and weighing about 4 tons. Despite its size, the giant sloth mainly fed on plants and used its powerful claws to pull branches off trees.
We're doing it again. We're doing it again. Despite being only 13% of how fucking big this thing was, it only ate 50% of plants. Fuck off. I accidentally clicked on the JW2 category that YouTube created for the stream and it was filled with slop streams. Oh my god. Not this kind of slop, right? Like, I am so sick of just like, hey, it was big. Why wasn't it fucking eating everything in sight? Why was it only eating plants? Why is that surprising? Fuck off.
But what's even more intriguing is that scientists are currently debating whether the Megatherium could move on 2 legs and be carnivorous, adding a new layer of mystery.
Carnivorous? First of all, you just said this was an herbivore. Now listen. Chat. Obligate herbivory does not exist. Obligate herbivory does not exist. There are videos of horses that just eat baby chickens off the ground. There are videos of cows just slurping up snakes like noodles. Giraffes chew on bones. Deer chew on bones. Deer will find human corpses out in the middle of the woods and just like chew on their bones and scatter the bones all over the place and make things very difficult for forensics. Just because a giant ground sloth like Megatheria may have partaken in a bit of meat consumption does not mean that it was carnivorous. It wasn't like Troy McClure being like, "Don't kid yourself, Billy. If a Megatherium had the chance, it would eat you and everyone you care about." And then it stares at the camera. And little Billy's just like, wow, Mr. McClure, I was a grade A bonehead. Yes, you were, Billy. Yes, you were. It's not like that. They just need protein supplements, basically.
Although it became extinct between 5 million and 10,000 years ago, the immense size and possible bipedal movement make the Megatherium one of the most fascinating prehistoric creatures that ever existed. Number 10. Sharks have always been intimidating creatures, but they pale in comparison to the Helicoprion, which swam in the oceans of Earth 280 million years ago. This species managed to survive the Permian Triceratops mass extinction.
You want to try that one again? Hold the fuck up.
Years ago. This species managed to survive the Permian Triceratops mass extinction.
Permian Triceratops. Also, wait, hold up. 10,000 years ago? Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up.
Comparison to the Helicoprion, which swam in the oceans of Earth 280 million years ago.
No, we're good. We're good.
This species managed to survive the Permian Triceratops mass extinction, a catastrophic event that wiped out 95% of all marine life. Unfortunately, Helicoprion eventually went extinct.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Helicoprion did not survive the mass extinction. I'm pretty sure it died out during it. I can fucking double check that. Because, like, I don't see what advantage Helicoprion would have that, yeah, lived during the Permian period. Don't think it survived the Nope, it lived in the middle of the Permian period. Early middle. So, not only did you pronounce that wrong, but you are about as wrong as you could be. While still being like, yes, this thing did still live in the Permian. Like, goddamn.
What made this shark-like creature so terrifying was its lower jaw, which resembled a circular saw. Experts believe that Helicoprion could grow up to 40 feet,
what
or
the
12 meters
is
long,
this art?
almost twice the size of a modern white shark.
Dude, also, 40 feet? I don't think that's... I think they were around great white shark size. Bro, this thing looks like a fucking... Remember The Future is Wild? Remember Sharkopaths? Looks like that, but with a fucking saw blade face. Okay, let's look at description. Lebedev suggested that Helicoprion individuals with tooth whorls reaching 35 to 40 centimeters in diameter could reach 5 to 8 meters or 16 to 26 feet in length, rivaling the size of modern basking sharks. So yeah, like a bit bigger than a great white, but not like 40 feet long. That's insane.
Meeting this creature
That's almost Megalodon sized.
would have been a nightmare. It was also cunning and often hid in schools of fish before ambushing its prey with its frightening jaws.
Cunning? Hidden schools of... fucking... It's so bizarre when the AI just makes up random shit like that, you know what I mean?
Number 9. Carbonemys was a prehistoric creature known for its gigantic size and impressive hunting abilities. This extinct species of turtle roamed the...
Also, those look like myelanids. Carbonemys, as far as I'm aware, was a big aquatic turtle. And yeah, this is another one where I'm just like, why are we happy this thing is extinct? It's just a big turtle. You know, we currently exist with a lot of really big turtles, right? Have you seen how fucking huge leatherbacks are? They're insane.
The Earth about 60 to 58 million years ago, in what is now northwestern Colombia. The discovery of this turtle species in a coal mine in Correjon in 2005 provided valuable insights to the remarkable features of Carbonemes. The animal's shell was an astonishing 5.5 feet, or 1.7 meters long, making it one of the largest turtles to ever have existed. It's hard to imagine animals of such immense size walking the earth so long ago. But Carbonemes was indeed a powerful carnivorous reptile, with massive jaws strong enough to kill crocodile-like creatures.
That's a snapping turtle. I mean, fair is fair. I don't think there's all that much material of Carbonemes. I don't think it's a particularly well understood or known creature. My understanding is that it is a like aquatic turtle, so it probably would be similar to a snapping turtle in terms of its ecology. But they keep using like almost tortoise-like images, which is really weird.
The name of the genus comes from the Latin word carbo, which means coal, as a reference to the mine where the first species was found. Interestingly, Carbonemes were not the only giant reptile that existed at the same time and place. It shared its environment with the colossal Titanoboa. The idea of these two enormous predators living in the same environment is quite terrifying, don't you think?
But one of them's just a big turtle.
Number 8. Yakalopterus was a giant sea scorpion, and not something you would want to encounter while diving into the sea. About 390 million years ago, it had strong defense mechanisms, including spikes, claws, and armor to protect itself from predators. Fortunately, this species has been extinct for a long time. Based on a found claw of 18 inches...
Hold the fuck up, there was like one frame of a picture there. That is a really weird editing mistake or something. Literally one frame. I think he might have had to cut out a section of this because it used copyright artwork. He tried to reverse it too. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, because you know what it is? He just took this fucking footage from Benji Thomas. So there's one frame of where he was like showing this picture of the sea scorpion.
Based on a found claw of 18
and then it
inches,
cut to this.
or 46
Okay.
centimeters, scientists estimate that the scorpion could reach a length of 8.5 feet, or 2.6 meters, making it the largest arthropod ever discovered.
Arthropod? Come on. Come the fuck. Listen, there's some things that'll give you a pass for not pronouncing correctly, even though you get all of the like the Spanish shit correct. Arthropod, man.
With compound eyes that suggest high visual acuity, the species was an active and powerful top predator of its time. Some theories even suggest that they might have enjoyed human flesh. Despite
Guy with a pie donated $15 for putting up with this AI sludge.
Can you hear that one more time, please?
of its time. Some theories even suggest that they might have enjoyed human flesh.
I want to see that paper. I want to see the paper that this fucking scientist wrote where he's just like, yeah, sea scorpions would have loved the taste of human flesh. I've proven it. I've proven it. I genuinely can't tell if like fucking 2-inch tall terror bird or sea scorpion eating human flesh will be the better fucking thumbnail for the fish stick on a stick video of this. Also, thank you very much, Guy with a Pie, for the $15. I appreciate that greatly.
Despite this terrifying possibility, the sea scorpion mainly fed on fish, which it grasped with its sharp claws and teeth. It's believed that these sea scorpions evolved from smaller marine organisms and was able to reach such an enormous size due to a lack of competition from other fish and vertebrates. Number 7. The Quetzalcoatlus is a pterosaur that ruled the skies with its enormous size, making it the largest flying creature to ever have lived on Earth.
It's debatable. A lot of Asdarchids kind of fall into the same general size category. Quetzalcoatlus, Hatzegopteryx, Aurumborgiana. They're very similar in size and also mostly fragmentary, so it's kind of hard to gauge exact sizes. A lot of it is estimates. Yeah, we finally have our good friend, the Qualacoatlus.
This winged creature lived about 72 to 66 million years ago in North America during the late Cretaceous period. With a height of 36 feet or 11 meters, it would have easily surpassed.
No, the AI got confused there. It got confused again because the wingspan is around 36 feet. Quetzalcoatlus, I want to say, was around 15-ish, maybe 18 feet high. It was about as tall as a giraffe. Its wingspan was in the 30 feet long. Its height was not. But again, that's what happens when you write your scripts with AI. The AI gets fucking confused.
Many modern buildings. Despite its enormous size, the Quetzalcoatlus could take off and fly with just one powerful stroke of its wings, thanks to its heavily muscled body. Scientists estimate that this incredible creature could fly for days, high above the Earth's surface, with a weight of about 440 to 550 pounds.
That's about right. At least as far as the weight goes, as far as I'm aware. Pterosaurs, despite their, like, Asdarchids, despite their large sizes, would have been very lightly built animals. Flying for days, though, I feel like is a... That's a tricky one because Asdarchids in general are widely believed to be primarily terrestrial, but like obviously they would have used their wings to get from place to place. But like in terms of their hunting and foraging and stuff, yeah, they're terrestrial animals. So could they fly for days? Maybe. Would they have? Probably not. So, as far as I'm aware, there's no evidence to suggest, like, long-scale migrations like you would have seen in Walking with Dinosaurs with the Ornithochirus, or rather, Tropeognathus. So, with nothing to suggest that, I mean, hell, we even see that in this Prehistoric Planet segment, if I'm not mistaken. I think this Quetzalcoatlus is flying to... I think it was Africa. I don't quite remember the segment. To lay its eggs. Yeah, so there's, as far as I'm aware, there's no evidence of that, unless you just count the widespread prevalence of Asdarchids as a group, but that doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. A lot of things are widespread.
Or 200 to 250 kilograms. While it's easy to imagine the Quetzalcoatlus soaring through the air, it's also believed to have walked on the ground like a stork, using its beak to scoop up prey from nearby lakes or rivers. With its sharp beak...
Lakes or rivers? No. This... No. You stupid. It was eating small terrestrial animals. It is also shown scavenging a lot. Like, that's another sort of common Quetzalcoatlus trope. Like, you're seeing it here from When Dinosaurs Roamed America. Like, they were kind of portrayed as buzzards for a while. I think because they were discovered, like, if I'm not mistaken, reasonably far inland. So it's just like, oh, these probably aren't, like, seafaring pterosaurs the way things like Pteranodon and a lot of the Anaguarids were. Where it's like, yeah, we pretty much know for a fact these things were eating fish. So it's like, what's the deal with Quetzalcoatlus? So it's like, oh, I guess it must have been a scavenger eating, like all these dead carcasses that T-Rex was leaving around and stuff. But now it's more believed that Quetzalcoatlus and Asdarchids in general were terrestrial predators that were eating mostly small dinosaurs.
Pterosaur likely caught fish and small animals, making it a formidable predator.
God, look at that walking cycle.
The Quetzalcoatlus was wiped out by the massive meteorite impact that occurred about 66 million years ago. Number 6.
Only 6 to go.
Once roaming in the dense forests of Asia.
Okay. First of all, I am not glad that Gigantopithecus is extinct. And second of all, I really thought it was just gonna be a regular ass fucking gorilla. I thought it was just gonna be poor old Big Finger. Poor old Harambe.
There was a creature that would surpass even today's largest gorillas and orangutans. This was the Gigantopithecus, the largest primate species to ever have lived on our Earth. From 100,000 to 9 million years ago, this mighty beast lived in...
Alright. $10 says we're absolutely going to get something talking about how the Gigantopithecus could still be alive today, and that's where legends of like Bigfoot and the Yeti come from. $10. $10 says Bigfoot gets mentioned, or the Yeti.
In the lush jungles of Vietnam, India, China, and Indonesia, and fed on seeds, fruits, and bamboo leaves.
Okay, I do not know if Gigantopithecus material is that widespread. I think Gigantopithecus, as far as I'm aware, it's known from like a jaw. Like just one, this is the mandible, right? Like this is the maxilla. Yeah, like one mandible, I'm pretty sure.
With an estimated length of up to 10 feet or 3 meters, and a weight of 1,100 pounds or 500 kilograms, the Gigantopithecus was an absolute giant of the animal kingdom. Some have compared its lifestyle to that of modern gorillas, while others believe it resembled more of an orangutan. Despite its impressive size...
At least the AI makes a distinction between those two. Found teeth? Okay. As long as you can, like, properly identify those teeth as belonging to Gigantopithecus, sure.
This colossal creature was relatively gentle in nature, but extremely protective when threatened.
Diagnostic, that's the word I'm
However,
looking
some
for.
people speculate that Bigfoot could be a surviving population of the Gigantopithecus. What do you think? Let me know in the comments.
Called it.
Number 5.
Called it.
The Dunkleosteus was not an ordinary fish. It was a true terror of the prehistoric seas. Its armored head and powerful jaws make it clear that this was not an animal to mess with. This enormous predatory fish lived about 360 to 380.
Okay, this was a year ago. Will they mention that they shrunk the dunk?
Million years ago, and was a fierce hunter of other fish, sharks, and even its own kind. Its jaws
All those
were
things are just
capable
fish.
of producing a bite force of almost 11,000 pounds, or 5,000 kilograms, making it one of the most powerful biters in history. In addition to its strength, the Dunkleosteus was also incredibly fast and could open its mouth in just 1/15 of a second, allowing it to suck in.
Where the hell did you get that number from? 1/15 of a second. He's like Zesty talking about fucking sniper quickscopes. We gotta nerf Dunkleosteus. It opens its mouth too fast.
In its prey at lightning speed. This enormous fish weighed up to 4 tons and had unique tooth plates that extended from its jaws and could cut through meat and bones.
I don't think it's gonna talk about the shrimp dunk.
Fortunately, modern swimmers no longer have to worry about encountering this monster from the depths. Number
Nope,
4.
didn't mention it.
Centipedes can come in all shapes and sizes, and some can be...
Again, like, they use footage of modern animals, I'm just thinking, like, this is a regular old millipede. Look at him. He's just vibing, eating detritus and shit. Being stinky.
Quite creepy. But if you think centipedes are already scary, imagine living in a time when Arthropleura roamed the earth. This gigantic centipede...
Okay, this
lived
guy...
300...
This guy cannot say arthro. He says anthro and artho, not arthro. He can't do it.
45 to 295 million years ago, in what is now North America and Scotland. It could grow up to 10 feet, or 3 meters long. In fact, Arthropleura is the largest vertebrate that ever existed, partly due to the higher oxygen levels in the atmosphere at the time. Despite its enormous size...
Okay, like that... We were talking about the oxygen thing earlier today, like... With bugs, I think that matters a lot more, just because of the way that they intake oxygen. If I'm not mistaken, again, I am not an expert on this, and during the Carboniferous, especially when Arthropleura and all these giant arthropods lived, basically the entire fucking world was like a forest. Except it wasn't really trees, it was more like giant horsetails that were sort of trees. I mean, not that trees means anything. Not that that means literally fucking anything. But, yeah, it would have been... Like oxygen levels back then were super high. Because everything was just trees. Like, the name Carboniferous comes from the fact that, like, that's where we get our coal from, because it was just so much fucking trees back then. Or whatever you want to call them. It was vegetation. It was all vegetation back then. And then, like, immediately afterward, like, right at the end of the Carboniferous, the entire world turned into a fucking snowball, which I think is just, like... I think that's just kind of funny. Like, you go from this lush, tropical, fucking swamp jungle planet to snowball planet within a few million years. Tough luck for the giant bugs.
Scientists believe that it was a plant eater that moved quickly across the forest floor. Another interesting fact is that it made a unique way of defending itself against predators. Fossil evidence suggests it had glandular pores along its body that could secrete a toxic substance to deter potential attackers.
The fuck did you get that from? I don't think that's correct. I think you just got that from modern millipedes. I cannot imagine an Arthropleura fossil like preserving so well that you could see like small glands on it where like fucking millipede acid would come out of. I don't believe you.
Additionally, this giant centipede is thought to have been able to roll up into a ball for protection, similar to how modern pill bugs and armadillos can do. Number 3.
What do it need protection from? Mostly big amphibians. Big amphibians were kind of like the sort of apex predators around that time. Just not necessarily in the entire world, but like on land where things like Arthropleura lived. Reptiles were still quite small. Arthropleura was pretty much the biggest in terms of terrestrial arthropods. So it didn't really have much to worry about from anything like, I don't know, the big dragonflies like Meganura or whatever, unless it was maybe a baby, but even then I think if Meganura is anything like modern day dragonflies, it probably would have been hunting airborne prey, so probably not a whole hell of a lot to worry about there. I apologize to all the Walking with Monsters fans out there. Megarachne, the Mesothelae, rather, didn't really exist. Megarachne was actually a freshwater sea scorpion, not a giant spider. I was disappointed too, trust me.
3. Meganura, a prehistoric insect resembling a dragonfly,
Okay.
lived approximately 300 million years ago, and was the largest flying insect to ever have existed. It had an astonishing size of 28 inches, or 70 centimeters. Unlike modern dragonflies, which reach a size...
Again, why? Okay, listen. If you're like, oh hey, you're glad this is extinct because it's gonna fucking kill ya. Why is big dragonfly above shit like fucking Megalodon and T-Rex? Hallucigenia is gonna be on this list. It is. I know it.
5 inches, or 8 to 12 centimeters, Meganura had a wingspan of 2 feet. Meganura had a wingspan of over 2 feet, or 60 centimeters. Fossils of the insect were discovered.
Hold on, has he said this 3 times now?
Existed. It had an astonishing size of 28 inches, or 70 centimeters. Unlike modern dragonflies, which reach a size of 3 to 5 inches, or 8 to 12 centimeters, Meganura had a wingspan of 2 feet. Meganura had a wingspan of over 2 feet, or 60 centimeters. Fossils of the insect were discovered in 1880 and
You know who else has dementia?
1979 and are currently on display at the National Museum of Natural History in Paris, France. Megalodon was a predator that mainly fed on small amphibians, lizards, and other insects. The secret behind their enormous size was the abundance of oxygen in the atmosphere during the time. Today, there are no living insects that come close to their size, but it's fascinating to think that there may have been even larger flying insects in the past, yet to be discovered. Number 2. Camaraocaras were one of the most remarkable creatures to ever inhabit our planet's.
Camaraocaras. I believe that is a soft C right there. It's Camarasaurus. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Saris refers to the fact that it's a giant horn, basically. And I believe Camaro means chambered. Like a chambered nautilus, so it's chambered horn. So.
Oceans. This giant cephalopod lived during the Paleozoic era. Between 74 and 4.
Okay, the Paleozoic was fucking huge. Be specific. It's from the Ordovician. I remember this. I watched Sea Monsters. Nigel Marven was there. He got poked by a sea scorpion and he swam with the giant orthocone.
440 million years ago. With its cone-shaped shell and numerous tentacles, it was a powerful and imposing predator.
Where do you get these animations from? They are a riot. He's just like... Oh my god.
The animal moved slowly over the seabed, patiently waiting for its prey. Once it saw its opportunity, it used its tentacles to grab its prey and then crush it with its strong jaws. What makes them so fascinating are their enormous size. The animal could grow up to 36 feet or 11 meters long.
Okay, I'm really hoping for like Anomalocaris or Hallucigenia in the top spot. I'm really hoping for it. Because like we're going way back into like the Ordovician and the Carboniferous. I feel like we're almost going like linearly back in time almost. Like we had the Dunkleosteus and the Devonian. We had the Carboniferous stuff. Now we have Ordovician with Camarasaurus. I bet you it's going to be Anomalocaris. I bet you anything.
Making it one of the largest cephalopods ever. This is even more impressive when we consider that it lived in a time when the ocean was still evolving, and most marine animals were considerably smaller than they are today. The species was also an important link in the evolution of cephalopods, and its fossils are invaluable to scientists trying to understand how life on our planet has evolved over time. Number 1. Deinosuchus, also known as...
Okay, it's not Anomalocaris. But Deinosuchus is a hell of a pronunciation. Also, yeah, chat wanted me to watch AI Dino Sludge. That's why I'm watching it. I apologize. Actually, I apologize for nothing. This is funny.
As the terrible crocodile was a genus of enormous crocodiles that roamed the earth more than 73 to 82 million years ago.
The alligatoroid, but close enough.
These reptiles were truly terrifying, growing up to 39 feet, or 12 meters in length, 2 to 3 times the size of a modern saltwater crocodile. Their powerful jaws and enormous bite force allowed them to kill even the largest of prey, including sea turtles and dinosaurs. Interestingly, their closest relative, Sarcosuchus, lived about 32 million years earlier and was roughly the same size. However, the Deinosuchus had a more rigid build, making it even more formidable against predators. The first fossils of the species were found in 1940, and a reconstruction can now be seen at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Which of these animals would you like to see back to life?
Oh, thank God.
Let us know in the comments. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. If you want to
Guys, did we like this video?
Click one on the screen.
Also, it was the scariest cartoons ever. It looks like Elsa Frozen looking out and she sees fucking Slender Man. Is that Slender Man? Is that the Sloth Man? Jesus Christ. I feel like he barely glossed over Deinosuchus. Yeah, no, we're not watching another one. This was the only one. I mean, this was a 23-minute video. It took us like almost 2 hours to get through it. I greatly apologize. I didn't know it would take that long. But I had to correct a lot of things. I had to correct a lot of garbage. So let me boot up the game now. I 2 extra hours of real dinotism. We'll see. I have things to check though. What is this park's lore? The lore is I'm modding the game, so I'm trying to be as detailed as humanly possible. I didn't really touch the park from last time, except like right when I was booting up the stream, I put a bunch of rock pillars or like rocks underneath the hotels, so that way it's not just like floating on the lagoon. And I think that looks a lot more sturdy, you know. But we still have a lot of work to do over here on the Permian Plateau. So let me take my face out of here. Goodbye, face. Goodbye. Blah! Because we have quite a bit of work left to do. I'm not even sure if the Devonian area is really done yet. Like I still want to fill in some of this with more plants and shit. But we'll get there when we get there. Is there a redneck dino? I mean, that would... If there was, it would probably be an Appalachian species, which is why we don't know about it. Okay. We could definitely put some in like this little area right here. Oh, my neck. Jesus fucking Christ, my neck. Um, I feel so lost without shitty AI voiceovers. Appalachiosaurus? Yeah, like that is one of the few known Appalachian species, as far as I'm aware. One of the corner like subway servers. That's gonna make the fucking final video a pain in the ass. Waterfall small, my beloved. Yeah, food stand would probably be pretty good there. Damn that big. Damn that big. Look at that big boy. Damn that big. Also big. Okay. So many things. We can have ice cream and cheeseburgers. What is this? That's like a little... There's like a little diner right there. So I don't know. Any mods to make baryonyx not look beyond heinous? Yeah, I think I have one installed. Where's my fishy boys? Here we go. I think it's cosmetic set. Is that not it? I might have uninstalled it accidentally. Oh, no, I still got it. I still got it. Yeah. It looks like a baryonyx now. There's like lots of good patterns for it. Ah, looks good. So I can have a baryonyx in my park and not be fucking ashamed of it. Um, so I feel like the game audio is super fucking quiet. Like, not that there's a whole hell of a lot to hear, I guess. Let me turn it up a bit. Should at least be able to hear the music and shit. Okay. Um, shit. I totally forgot to install a couple mods I had. Because I'm pretty sure I downloaded a Permian species mod. What was it? No, that was Deodon. Oh, no, wait. I got the Cotyloranchus. That's a Permian species. Okay, so I can do Cotyloranchus, Adaphosaurus, and the Gorgonopsid that I keep forgetting the name of. What else is there? Expanded dino activities. Okay, well, maybe that's cool, but that's not really what I'm looking for. All right. Well, Cotyloranchus is definitely good. That would let me expand this or like use the area that I've set aside for this part. So hold on. Let me save the game. I'll be right back. I just need to install the couple of mods. Oh, jeez. I just need to install a couple mods that I have. Because, like, I want the Daeodon for eventually a Cenozoic area. I want the Cotyloranchus for right now. And I want the Japanese pack. Ooh, and also the Odobonosatops. That's another good one. Trust me, this will not take 2 hours like fucking setting up Max Payne. Workshop support? Nah, nothing like that. It's all on, what's it called? Fucking Nexus. Okay. Odobonosatops. Japanese decorations. Cotyloranchus. And Daeodon. No, I do not own WinRAR. Hmm. Okay, let's get back to it and hope to fucking God that none of the mods I install will crash the game. I'm sure they won't. I'm sure they won't. But you never know. Two hours into the stream, let's actually start the fucking park. I'm sorry. I apologize greatly. In hindsight, or in my defense, it was really funny. I mean, the sludge this time around was very entertaining. You can't say it wasn't. And you know what? I feel like we all learned something. I don't know what, but we learned something. You know what we could do here? Little photo op. This is where everyone gets in line to take their picture with the man himself, Mr. DNA. Hold up. Because I know there's like placeable guests as a decoration. Take my photo quick. And everyone's waiting in line. It is a bright red, isn't it? But that's how you know that this is where you go to take your picture. That's how you know. Oh, you know what? There's gonna be a backdrop. Hold up. I don't think the Japanese backdrop quite suits this though. It would be funny. That is a good ass bridge. Uh, Here, where's the Here we go. This is a good backdrop. It's a little bit shady, but I think that's good for a photo op, you know? Uh, Good. Excellent. Hmm. Where is... There. A Lystrosaurus on each side, too. The ultimate photo op. That really is a very bright red, though. That is like max red on the slider. That's the kind of shit I should just be putting in more of this park. Just like random little side garbage like this. Little fucking stupid ass photo ops with Mr. DNA. Yeah, that's error red. Okay, so yeah, we're still using the logs. There we go. Was that the perfect length? Oh. Not really, but it'll do. $100 per picture. Now you're talking. And pictures of Mr. DNA and the little Lystrosaurus don't come cheap. I got a business to run here. I'm like Mr. Krabs running Krabby Land. Just like, all right, kids, who wants to see Mr. DNA? And all the kids are like, yay! And I just I tape some fucking like balls from a ball pit onto myself. I'm just like, hey, make sure to buy lots of fucking dino patties. Ah, gak, 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 gak. Would we sell dino patties here? I feel like we would. That is a big ass cactus. Just throwing a couple palms over here. Just because this is more like on the beachy side of things. Our dino patties are made from real, ethically sourced dinosaurs. Yeah, homegrown dino nuggies. Only the best. There we go. Now let's take... Oh, shit. Advanced move. Take this. This. And this. And this. Move into the ground. Into the ground you go. Goodbye, plants. You live in the ground now. I mean, for us, that's horrifying, but for plants, they're like, fuck yeah, soil. I eat it up. I love eating soil. No, 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 soil. Also, let's do one of these. And, one of these right here. Actually, I don't know about the JPOG one. Can I change that? Okay, deactivate doesn't really do much for me. Okay, we got JPOG, we got Jurassic Park. How about place you right there, and then we move you. Right there. Right up on the fridge. Also, like, sink you into the ground a tiny... There we go. That's more like it. There, that's what goes there. Perfect. I crushed a guest. Don't worry about it. Listen, lawsuits don't exist. Not a problem for me. Maybe it's a problem for the guest, but that's a problem for the guest. You think I built my Dino Park empire by caring about what the guests think? No. Now listen, A wise man named Henry Ford once said, "I really fucking hate the Jews." And he also said that if I gave people what they wanted, I would have given them faster horses. Now, I don't know much about that first piece of advice, but I feel like that second piece of advice, that really spoke to me. Clip it quick. Clip it quick. Before I take this stream down. That's the kind of thing I do, totally. Yes, the point I'm making through all this is that we should make Jewish horses. I'm glad you people understand me so well. You know, I haven't used the, like the regular viewing dome thingies, right? Like the log one or the dome one. I bet those would look good in, like with the Adaphosaurus and the Cotyloranchus. There we go. Stick that right there, and we'll use that as the base. There we go. And then we can do another sort of cave thing here. Part of J-Pod, do you think should return JW? I think the guest personality should return. I agree with that. Yeah, I think that like the guests in JW3 could definitely use more of a personality. Let's just be real there. Yeah, the guests in these games are not the best. I'll say that much. Ooh, ooh. Let's just squeeze it. There you go. Just squeeze that little boy right in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, I also think that like attractions are a big deal. Like I don't really care much for how so many attractions in this game and the previous are just like variations on like the fucking like the driving tour. I had a bit of an Obama moment there. You never go full Obama. Dinosaurs should be harder to keep contained. I can sort of agree with that. I feel like it should be like still reasonable for like sandbox players to keep them in basically however they want. Like not have to worry about that sort of thing. Like I think if you are playing on like a challenge mode or a campaign, that sort of thing. Also having a good campaign, that's another fucking big one. Um, what the shit? Because the campaign of this game sucks. Like, I think it's really shitty that the campaign in this game sucks, because, like, that is the thing that most people, I think, are going to gravitate towards. It's just like, okay, I'll play the campaign, and then they're like, oh, that's it? It's over? Like, oh, I guess I'm done with the game then. Like, I don't know how many people are going to look at the other game modes and be like, okay, I guess I'll try this next. Like, they might just play the campaign and be like, oh, this is like some extra shit or whatever, not realizing that that extra shit is basically the entire game. Like, that is where you will be dumping your hundreds of hours into the game, like I have. Assuming it's something you actually want to do. Which, hey, maybe they want to do. I don't know. Or they might not know, because, like, the campaign just, like, is over in a couple hours. It's basically just a tutorial. Like, I genuinely think if they renamed the campaign to tutorial, that would fix a lot of problems. Hmm. Okay. Um... Honestly, the J-pop viewing events never struck me as, like, being a great attraction, right? Like, I don't know, it never really, appealed to me much. Vertical bar fence. Okay, that's the one I'll be using for the rest of this area. Good. Went straight into Chaos Theory myself and had a blast. See, like, that's probably how I would argue people should play it. Like, just view Chaos Theory as your campaign. And just know that Jurassic Park 3 will be the really bad one that, like, just it is literally just busy work. And you're gonna have to be cool with that. Because boy oh boy, is the Jurassic Park 3 Chaos Theory not very good at all. Like, you could tell they just had no idea what to fucking do for that one. Adding custom hybrids? I'm the wrong person to ask about that because I don't even really like hybrids to begin with. Like, I think hybrids were a fine story choice for, like, you know, a Jurassic Park reboot, right? Um, I really don't think... Actually, you know what? I think I really like the idea of this. Hold up. Between the two exhibits. That'd be cool. I think it was fine as, like, a story choice for the antagonist of, like, the reboot movie of Jurassic World. But I don't think that, like, it is not something that I want to put in my parks really as a park builder unless it's like unless it's a really specific situation basically, right? Like like I am building this top secret hybrid facility or whatever, some shit like that. They're right in the middle. Right in the middle. Right over the fence. Okay. I definitely want to play around with, like, the design of this particular area. Don't know. Perfect. Okay. But yeah, like, I feel like making your own hybrids is something that works a lot better in, like, the Lego Jurassic Park game, because, like, that's all about, you know, building stuff, because it's Lego. But, I mean, I guess this is also about building stuff, so... That is too much. It's too intense. A little bit of, like, a lake feature there. A little bit of a hill over in the back, maybe. This is where the Permian Plateau plateaus. And yes, I also hope that a lot of the currently existing shitty species get redesigned. Like, I hope there's no Crocodile Liopleurodon. I hope there's no fucking Tadpole Basilisk Deinonychus. I really hope that, like, a lot of the shitty species just get total redesigns. And now they're good. Alright, let's save just in case opening the menu crashes the fucking game or whatever. Dinosaurs. Okay, we're good. Adaphosaurus. What kind of patterns are we working with here? It's apparently not much of one. Goddamn. Either that or it's just straight up not working on the yeah. Oh no, there we go. There we go. Okay. This is one of those cosmetic set selection ones. Well, I think that's good for a female. Let's have like 3 of those. Oh, that's the Walking with Monsters one. Hell yeah. Oh, that's the last one, I think. Dinosaur? No, this is a Permian section. So yeah, 3 of each. 3 males, 3 females. Perfect. So these are synapsids. Like Dimetrodon, except these are herbivores, which means I need to put... I don't need to put plants in there for them because I turned hunger off, but it makes it look nicer anyway. What do we got? Verdant shrubs. Yeah, all the dromaeosaurs in Joey look like they were designed for entirely different games. It's very strange. Oop. Sales are as a threat display or to get heat. Probably display. I find the existence of like Adaphosaurus being contemporary in both time and place with Dimetrodon to be utterly fucking fascinating. Because like both of these guys, who, as far as I'm aware, aren't super closely related to each other, just both ended up doing the exact same fucking thing. And just had these like big ass display structures on their backs. Super interesting. At least I think it is, because, you know, I'm a nerd like that. Here, let's have some nests over by the cave. Eggs. But yeah, they're not super closely related to each other. One's an herbivore, one's a carnivore. They live in the same place at the same time. And yet they both have these giant fucking sails on their back. It's super fucking weird. I think it's neat. Like, it's also interesting when this sort of thing happens with, like, again, species that aren't super closely related, but also live really far away from each other. Something like a basilisk and a Philippine sailback lizard situation, right? Where it's just like both these lizards, completely independent of one another, decided, I'm just gonna put some weird fins on my back. Just for the hell of it. Convergent evolution is fucking wild. Take some of these and, like, bury them a little bit. Might have buried it a bit too much, actually. I want it to be like they're gathering, like, plant material to cover their nests with. Their heads are tiny. Wait until you see Codolorhynchus. Because he's... he's got a funny little head. Okay. So let's just slap Codolorhynchus in here right now. And then we'll design everything around that. There he is. Codolorhynchus Hancock eye. Oh, and what a specimen. Okay, yeah, no, this is another pattern select one. I like the spotty one. 3 of you. Ooh, and the tiny spot one. And 3 of you. Perfect. Behold. Oh, dear God. What a fucking creature you are. Look out, I think Moto likes you. I like 'em big. I like 'em chunky. I like 'em round. I like 'em plumpy. This was a real animal. This was real. The Paleozoic was freaking weird. It was all real. Like, why the hell do you need hybrids when you have something that looks like that? You know what I mean? Like, if you look at it objectively, then yeah, there are definitely weirder animals alive today, but it's just like, it's so dumb looking. It just looks so fucking stupid. we go. How does something evolve to look like that? I don't know. I don't know what selective pressures encourage this, but I would like I would like to discourage them in the future. His walking animation is a little janky on the front feet. I think he's using the Dimetrodon rig. I'm pretty sure that was the social animation they were using. I think we're good on... I think this exhibit is good, at least as far as, like, stocking it goes. I don't need to put, like, fucking Listersaurus in here on top of that. Hmm. Bushy. We got for... We should have a nice big tree here. That could be like... That could be some, because we don't really have much in the way of verticality over here except for the viewing tower. I think that actually having like some nice big trees over here will be a interesting change of pace. Interesting by my standards anyway. I am an excessively boring individual. So many prickly pears. Alright, I want to get the rock formation on the side here going. A lot of people in the Prehistoric Kingdom Discord have been fighting for Cuddlerynchus to be added. Based! Never stop fighting for more Paleozoic representation. Oh wait, shit, I was using, these are temperate rocks, huh? Shit. Also, I think these are taiga ones that I mixed in here. Damn it! Ah! Oh no, wait, those are temperate. Why this? Jurassic is the Mesozoic era I know the least about. You and everyone else. Like, not to disparage anyone, but like literally, yeah, you and everyone else. It is the least understood era.
Toxic Drift donated $5. Favorite food?
Probably shrimp. I do enjoy shrimp. Also, thank you for the $5 dues. Greatly appreciated. Such critters here. Yeah, the sea bugs. I eat the sea bugs. They are indeed delicious. You cannot stop me from consuming the sea bugs. There we go. I think there's like a really good Codolorhynchus model in like a creationist museum somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. Creationist museums for some reason get like really good, like they get really good models of prehistoric creatures. Better than some museums I've seen. Like if a creationist museum got a model of Sacabambaspis, it probably wouldn't become a meme. Just by being this ridiculous little creature. That's what they should add next. What's a creationist? A creationist is basically like a group of Christians who believe that like the Earth was created like, I don't know, 6,000 years ago. They basically believe in like the words of the Bible extremely literally in terms of like the Genesis myth. And so they don't believe in evolution or anything like that. I think the specific term is young Earth creationists. Because like there's plenty of people, yeah, there's plenty of people who believe that uh like believe in God and evolution and still all that stuff. Like there's, as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason that the two beliefs cannot coexist. As far as I'm concerned, you can believe in God and evolution. There's nothing stopping you from that. Believe in evolution, but God was the artist behind the canvas. There you go. Like, I really don't think that these ideas clash as much as people think. Like, a lot of people get kind of offended on the idea that, like, oh, I used to be a monkey, when that's really not how it worked. You were never a monkey. You were always a person. However, your great ancestors were monkeys. Like, way back before it could really ever possibly matter. I find people's hang-ups about evolution to be fascinating. Because I feel like, by and large, people generally accept evolution as a fact, right? But then every time I go on Twitter and I see that same fucking gif of whale evolution, and all the people are just like, all the fucking blue check marks are just like, and people actually believe this. It's just like, uh why do, like, so annoyed. Like, people have a very easy idea, apparently, like, grasping evolution on, like, a macro level. But as soon as you point to an example that's like whales, like, oh, hey, we know these used to be land-based animals because, you know, they're mammals. Like, duh. That's how it do. But, When you actually show the transition process that took place over millions of years, condensed down into, like, you know, about a minute, it's like, what, this is really how evolution works? It's just like, yeah, except replaced, like, about a minute with millions of years. We have so many mammals today that are basically examples of what could be transitional mammals, like going into a fully aquatic lifestyle. And these aren't like obscure animals either. Everyone knows what a capybara is. They fucking love the water. They hang out in it all the time. It's just like, oh, what? Some fucking random ass mammal just decided that it really liked the water and like hung out there all the time. Like, yeah, that's what happens. It is happening right now. A lot. There's seals, there's otters, there's like and there are obscure ones like bush dogs in South America. They have webbed toes and they swim in the water. They fucking love to swim. Tapirs swim all the time. There are so many animals that are like so many mammals that are adapted for a semi-aquatic lifestyle, but we see that as just being basically normal because, you know, we're in the middle of what may very well be their transitionary phase. Still said Lance that I can't get one. You can't get a capybara, probably. Listen, you know how disappointed I was when I figured out that, like, oh, I live in California, therefore I can't get a fucking axolotl? Like, I'm just straight up not allowed. Even if I got permits or something, like exotic animal permits. No, not allowed to get fucking... Not allowed to get an axolotl. Seal shouldn't evolve. I mean, like... That's kind of the thing, is like they are well adapted to their environment right now, which is why they're like, quote unquote not evolving. That's not, even though that's not really how evolution works. Like there's no pressures forcing them to adapt really, unless you count just like the existence of humans, which could count, I suppose. But like, if seals evolved into like fully aquatic forms at the moment, they would get outcompeted by like whales and dolphins. So where they are now is actually like pretty beneficial to them. It's like, hell yeah, I can do shit that whales and dolphins can't. That's niche partitioning right there. If there were like massive environmental changes, then yeah, they would probably be pressured to evolve. Or if something were to happen to whales and dolphins on a massive scale, then I think that seals and sea lions would end up taking their place. And I can only imagine like the speculative evolution shit that would go on for like whale-sized pinnipeds. Another paleo question. People say that Basilosaurus had a mosasaur-style head. However, knowing it's an ancient whale, orca skulls look crocodilian, but their heads aren't. Who's to say Basilo didn't? Um, as far as I'm aware, early Basilosaurids, unlike modern whales, lacked the melon organ in their foreheads. So, like, their skulls were probably a lot more accurate to how the animal looked in life than modern whale skulls are. Because you look at a modern whale skull, you get a fucking SCP out of it. Like, literally. SCP, whatever the ridiculous overpowered one is, that's literally just like a decomposing beluga whale. Yeah, 682, that's the one. I'm sorry, I'm not super familiar with SCPs. Out of speculative paleontology work? Well, a lot of paleontology in general is speculative, just because, like, there's a lot of shit that we don't and can't know. At least not without further evidence, right? But, there's also, like, speculative evolution, where it's just like, oh, hey, what if evolution took this particular turn, or, like, this particular environment existed? And, like, I'm not sure if that's an exact science. Like, again, it's all speculative. But it's very fun to think about. Like, oh, hey, what if whales went extinct? Like, would pinnipeds be the ones that just, like, took up the mantle and ended up becoming, like, the dominant, like, marine mammals on the planet? Or, hey, uh, would sharks take up that mantle again? Would we get something like Megalodon again? Because the crazy thing about the ocean is, like, when there is not something that is, like, really fucking big there, the ocean adapts to that super quickly. Like, weirdly quickly. Like, someone in a previous stream mentioned that, like, giant Shastasaurid ichthyosaurs evolved from, like, their basal ancestors in a couple million years. And I think that's insane. And, like, the point from, like, the Paleocene to, like, the early Eocene when Basilosaurus evolved, and mind you, Basilosaurus is like I want to say a 60, 70 foot long animal. Hold on, I'm looking this up. I'm looking this up. Like, Pachycetus is the earliest known whale ancestor. Okay, so that was, yeah, 50 million years ago, like right in the Eocene, and then you get to Basilosaurus. Yeah, 41 million years ago. It took 9 million years to get from, like, a little dog dude to Basilosaurus. The ocean adapts fast, and that's insane to me. Like, hell, even in the Mesozoic, like, pliosaurs go on the decline. Boom, here come mosasaurs, ready to go. Like, there is basically always a big boy there, and I think that is fucking fascinating. Basilosaurus was long, but it wasn't, like, massive. Oh, I think my shit got here. Yep. Because again, like, not only did basilosaurs not have a melon, I'm pretty sure they were also very much so lacking on, like, fat and blubber. Because these are mostly, like, tropical animals as far as I'm aware, like tropical shallow water animals as well. Yeah, now there's Parasitus, but, like, I was skeptical of the Parasitus size estimates from, like, the beginning, right? Okay, let's select both of these and, like, rotate them both a bit, because I like this sort of Yeah, I like that display with the Dimetrodon on the rock. I think that actually looks really cool. Yeah, my bucket of monkey poop. And then we'll have, like, a few Lystrosaurus down here. This is setting up a little, I don't know what you'd call it, a little scene, right? Yeah, I feel like I've seen displays like this at my own zoo a few times. Throwing a few Araucarias in there. Just so they're not all the same size, let's shrink a couple into the ground. If I can select them. May I please select this one, like, right here? No? Okay. There we go. There we go. Very nice little display. Okay. Hypothetically, how would everyone react if forwards time travel was invented and the future of Earth was legitimately just man after man? Like, everything was correct somehow. I feel like that would give a lot of people sort of existential crisis. That's how I'd feel. There we go. Man, these trees are... I mean, okay, in fairness, I put a lot of rocks here. But, like, come on. You can't be that picky about getting selected, can you, tree? I guess so, huh? Screw man after man, there's no Swampus. Based! Based Lance. Swampus or nothing. Swampus or no future. And you know you gotta have the fucking, the Sharkopaths. And the Squibbins. But the Swampus is the most important. Easily. The absolute deadliest period of Earth's oceans. Probably when it was still like the primordial soup and nothing can survive in there. I mean, I get that's kind of a boring answer because it's just like when all of Earth was an insta-kill zone. Like, yeah, obviously that would be the deadliest one. But in terms of like actual animals that can kill you, because it's not the oceans or it's not the animals that are going to kill you in the primordial soup. It's the environment. It's probably the same as what Lance is saying with the Great Dying. Like, The environment will kill you there. The ocean's acidifying, everything is toxic, everything sucks. Not a place you want to be. You know, I kind of don't want to fuck around with this anymore. This looks nice. This looks like a nice, happy place. There is still so much to do and so much to see. Oh. Oh. How about... Can we put these, like, clipping into each other somehow? Nah, that looks bad on the viewing gallery's end. Okay, we can do something with this. These two buildings, like, right next to each other. There we go. I think if we have... something here. Oh yeah, let's not forget that... Back in, like, the good old Silurian days, you got Jagalopterus, who, as scientists have proven, has an appetite for human flesh. Tree there does the job at hiding it, but, like... we can do better. Oh, I get the Devonian and the Silurian mixed up all the fucking time, man. It's a druid. Through the magic of the druids, of course. There's the mystery of the druids. They are... There's a mystery of the druids. The guy just ate human meat. Hey, hey man, he was hungry. You can't judge. What if you were hungry? There. That's better and I can live with that. I was watching this episode of I Shouldn't Be Alive that's just like for free on YouTube because it came up in my recommended. There's a story I've seen before about like these this boat that no joke, not fucking with you, it was called the Trash Man. I'm not making an Always Sunny in Philadelphia joke. That is what it was called. And it sunk out in like the Pacific Ocean. And you know the people who survived the wreck, They were in like a little dinghy or a little lifeboat or whatever. And at one point, like this girl who like got injured as the boat was going down, like dies of her injuries, and they're just like, should we eat her now? And the reaction wasn't even like, no, we can't do that. That's wrong. It's wrong to eat real people. It's just like, dude, she's too infected. That's grody. Also, the body is like soaking in a big puddle of piss and pus and blood and goo. Like, do you want to eat that? You are the hungriest motherfucker in the world. Do you want to eat that, lady? I don't. I am not that hungry. Episode about a guy surviving a volcano eruption. I can believe that. Would Rough and Tumble eat that lady? I don't know, man. You know, Rough and Tumble, he knows what's good eating, right? I don't know if that's good eating. Yeah, you gotta boil the humans while they're still alive to get, like, the best meat out of them. They do scream a bit when they're in the pot, but don't worry, we're pretty sure they can't feel pain, probably. Yeah, it's not screaming, it's just air escaping. Don't worry about it. I think we should do this the other way around. Let's flip this bitch. Did you see the pool? They flipped the bitch. Human meat would need to be slow cooked like a pot roast? Why do you say that, Lance? Lance, why do you say that? Hmm? Old man. Hmm. The other white meat. Hmm. Big carnivores wouldn't just taste awful but would be poisonous? Eh. That depends. Like, people can eat large carnivorous animals. We typically just don't. There we go. Beautiful. And a nice little gap there, so that way the Gorgonopsid can just like claw at you through there, and it's just like and then little Timmy's pissing his fucking pants. You know, like you do at the zoo. carnivore meat is awful, but not totally inedible. Can you imagine being someone who's like into cannibalism, right? Like, you know that guy who was just like, I have a fucking fetish for this and I want to get eaten. So anyone who's like into cannibalism can like eat me. And there was a whole debate over that, like the German guy. Imagine being into cannibalism and you finally get a chance to eat someone and you're just like, ew. Ew, I don't like this. Bleh. Like you spent your whole life like this, thinking like, I can't wait to eat some human meat, and then you actually taste it and you're just like, ew. What the fuck? You're fucking off. I'm just saying! What if that happened? Like when that German guy got eaten, the first thing that he wanted to have eaten was his penis. But his penis couldn't be eaten because it was too tough and chewy. It got like overcooked. You have one chance. You have one fucking chance to cook this man's penis and you overcook it. Okay, apparently people don't know about this story. Apparently not enough people know about the weird cannibalism stories that I know about. I apologize for that. Yeah, the two guys that met because like one wanted to get eaten. Like that is something you can only have happen to you one time. You gotta make it count. I'm not saying not enough people know it in terms of like, oh man, you gotta know about this amazing, beautiful, tragic love story about two guys who wanted to fucking eat one another. No, it's something that not enough people know about for me to bring up so casually. Like, oh yeah, the German cannibalism story. You guys know about that one, right? Like, of course you do. Listen, I've known about this story for a while, like, before I became terminally online in the way I am now. Like, my friend in high school told me about this one, I think, actually. Am I okay in the head? No. No, I don't think I am. I just, like... I make assumptions on what people ought to know about when it comes to just, like, common knowledge, I suppose. Because, like, I'll watch a bunch of videos on stuff like this, to the point where it's just, like, I already know what a bunch of the stories are, because they keep recycling them over, like, multiple people. I'm just, like, looking up videos and, like, oh, the most horrifying stories. It's just like, yep, German cannibalism story, little boy decapitated at a water park, yada, 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 seen it, seen it, seen it. It's getting to the point where it's like, I want to see some new shit, you know? What was the decapitation one again? Okay, so this was at a water park called Schlitterbahn in Kansas City, Kansas. The owners of the park, or I think it was the owners of the park anyway, they basically wanted to create the biggest, coolest, raddest water slide fucking ever. These guys were not professional like water slide builders. That should raise red flags immediately. But they wanted to break the record for the biggest water slide in the world because that would like draw a lot of people to their park. And so they did. It was called Verrückt, which is I believe German for the word like crazy or insane. And so the water slide, as they were building it, because it took a while to build, because there were a lot of delays, because this little thing kept happening, where as... Okay. Okay. So, they put like a bump in the middle of the slide, right? No reason to do this whatsoever. I don't think it really enhances the ride experience. It doesn't make the ride any taller. But there's a bump in the middle of the ride, and every time the raft went over the bump, if it wasn't over a certain weight limit, woo, it just flies into the air. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. They showed this happening, by the way, on the Travel Channel as the fucking slide was being built. They showed the slide flying into the air. Or not the slide, the ramp. The raft flying into the air during the building process. And so eventually they're just like, okay, it needs to be at a certain weight capacity, and then we're all good to go. They weren't really good to go. After the fatal accident, they ended up doing a lot of investigations and discovered that there were so many injuries and incidents on Verrückt that just like got swept under the rug. So this was not a safe ride by any stretch of the imagination, even before like, oh, the one time something went wrong. There were a lot of times something went wrong. It's just that it all got swept under the rug because well, prior to the incident in Kansas, you didn't have to have like you could just do your own inspections basically. Like you didn't have to have a national inspector. You just had to have a state inspector. And then one day, Kansas City, I think, governor? Someone in politics, goes to the Schlitterbahn water park with his family, including his, I believe, 11-year-old son, Caleb. And Caleb ends up going on Verrückt with a pair of young ladies, I believe. And the slide is not weighed down enough. And it flies into the air. And since they've noticed that, you know, the raft flies into the air, they've put this metal grate over it. Like, over the slides so that the raft can't, you know, fly out of the slide. Problem. Imagine a human head colliding with that grate when that raft takes off into the air. Imagine that human head as a child. It's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying. So he gets decapitated on the slide, and his father, being like, Kansas state senator or governor or whatever, I think it might have been senator actually, he destroys the fucking water park. He destroys the water park. He makes sure you need to have national inspections now. He's not fucking around. He absolutely destroys them. And yeah, Schlitterbahn opened for like one more season after that, and now it's gone. However, I have heard that story a great many times in YouTube videos. Some of you have not heard that story. This is like the first time some of you are hearing this story. I left out a lot of details, but you got the gist of it. That is how a little boy was decapitated at a water park. No, Varouge was permanently closed after that. You could not go on it after he died. The water park itself was open for like one more season, but yeah, the slide itself was like permanently closed. It's stood there for just a while though. And that must have been just haunting. Action Park had like one death a year for 6 years straight in the 80s. Something like that. Action Park definitely had a lot of deaths. There's videos had the Costa Concordia incident in it. Not very many actually. I think because like aside from like the people who did end up dying, like Internet Historian ended up presenting the Costa Concordia incident as being like almost comical, just based on the sheer idiocy of the fucking captain. Know someone from Jersey that misses Traction Park. A lot of people do. It's weird. They're just like, I think it's like Gen Xers mostly who are just like, yeah, I broke my first bones there. It was fucking radical. You weren't like a real kid unless you went to fucking Class Action Park. You ain't lived, man. Unless you drowned in the fucking wave pool. Yeah, sorry, it's the Placing Rocks stream while I yap about decapitations and cannibalism. These things happen. Yeah, the sheer incompetence of basically everyone involved makes the Costa Concordia incident, like, despite the deaths, seem a lot more comical than tragic. Like, there was definitely a lot of, just almost comical incompetence with the Schlitterbahn people. Like, again, they're inspecting their own parks, basically. They're going on the Travel Channel showing off how their slide, like, fucking launches people into the air before it's done being built. They're not professional builders. And they made it in-house. Like, that's pretty stupid. Oh yeah, the Oceanos is another fucking crazy one. Like, that one's less horrific because thankfully nobody fucking died. Like, that's damn miraculous. But the Oceanus is definitely a crazy story. Oop. We're almost done placing the rocks. Plane crash story. Fuck. I've seen so many plane crash stories. A lot of them kind of blur together in my head almost. Where I'm like, I want to make sure I get the details right because I might be mixing up certain plane crashes with other ones. A lot of tiny rocks got buried in here. It's no big deal. German Wings Flight 9525. Let me see if I know that one. Like off the top of my head. Oh yeah, the suicide one. Yeah, okay, I know this one. Where he like locked it was the co-pilot who locked the pilot out of the cockpit and then just like dove straight into the fucking mountains. Didn't say like a word the entire time. Shit was fucking crazy. Yeah, I know that one. A lot of, I think, German air crashes I know of, at least, for some reason. There was, what is it, Aeroflot? The Aeroflot flight where, I'm pretty sure it was Aeroflot anyway, where the captain let his kids into the cockpit and let them, like, you know, fly the plane around on autopilot, but then, like, one of them touched a button or something and suddenly the whole plane is crashing down. There was... Pretty sure that was Aeroflot. I'm pretty sure there was a midair... Oh, no, wait, was... I think it was over Germany, but it was a Russian plane. There was a midair collision with a cargo plane and a plane full of, like, Russian school children. Everyone on board both planes died, and then the dad of one of the kids found the air traffic control operator who was responsible for, you know, the airspace that night when the planes crashed into each other, and fucking murdered him. Even though he was the only one operating it in, like, the middle of the night, and there was, like, nothing he could have done about it. Yeah, I've told this one before. Uh, another one. I know about two Pacific Southwest Airlines flights that were basically almost back to back. I remember one of them because um, it took place in San Diego. This was in, I want to say 73. Uh, PSA flight 182. I'm pretty sure I know. Yeah, I know this one off the top of my head. 78 actually. Yeah, midair collision over San Diego. A PSA airplane crashed into a Cessna, like totally trashed the engine. They went down to like North Park. Everyone died, of course. And then there was another PSA flight that got hijacked by a disgruntled former employee. And he nosedived the plane straight into the ground. And the people on board were experiencing, like, I want to say hundreds or thousands of G's before they ended up crashing into the ground and dying. And there was almost nothing left. Like, you'd think it'd be a crater, right? It's just like it's like surreal when something that fast crashes into the ground like that. Anyway, we have Gorgonopsids now. Let's throw one in right there. Do-do-do. You're trying to eat. I'm sorry. Don't think there's any other statue mods, are there? That's a shame. Maybe there are and I just haven't downloaded them. Because it's like mostly animals I don't care about. United Air Flight 811. Let me see if I know that one. Oh, yeah. Where the fucking, like, door blew out. And this was a Boeing. Yeah, the cargo door. I think I remember that being, like, kind of a big issue at the time. Like, cargo doors just blowing out on aircraft. Like, I think that happened with some McDonnell Douglas planes. I think that was a big issue there because the doors always had a really hard time closing all the way. Oceanic Flight 815 from Sydney to Los Angeles. Let me look that one up. Flight 815. That's the plane from Lost. First time speaking. I actually knew someone who was the only survivor of a plane crash. Let's see this one. Flight 771. Do I know this one? On approach to Tripoli International Airport. Crashed short of the runway. Sole survivor was a 9-year-old Dutch boy. Damn. I don't think I'm familiar with this one. I haven't watched the Mayday episode on this one yet, I don't think. I have seen at least a few episodes that have had like sole survivors. I feel like usually when I see that, it is actually kids. Like, I know there was another one where that happened, and the survivor was like a young girl. Oh, I think that was a Japanese plane crash, actually. Wait, was that? That wasn't 123. I don't think it was. Was it? Was that 123? Japan Airlines 123. Because there were no. That had 4 survivors. I knew it had some survivors, and they would have had way more, but they assumed that the aircraft was a total fucking loss and everyone would die, so they waited until morning to send out a recovery operation, which is stupid. They could have saved so many more people, but they didn't, and... Oh, at least the pilots tried, and God did they ever try. I probably can't just say 123 without being like... without people immediately being confused again. Again, that's one of those things that I just assume people know about when I probably shouldn't. Yeah, Japan Airlines Flight 123 is a very remarkable and very tragic plane crash. Like, the pilots kept that plane in the air so much longer than they basically had any right to for, like, what happened to the plane. I feel like I want this one to be, like, deliberately kind of barren. We'll have, like, a little water source right here. GG Flight 2216. Was that, like, super recent? I feel like I heard about that one, like, not very long ago at all. A photo from inside right before it crashed. I know which one you're talking about. I've seen that photo. Like, I see it in my head right now. I don't know if that was Japan Airlines Flight 123. It might have been. I know exactly which one you're talking about, though. I mean, I know the photo you're talking about anyway. Yeah, recent one in Korea. Okay, yeah. I did hear about that one then. Yeah, a week ago. Because it was another Boeing! Another Boeing! Because of course it was. What else would it be? Uh... They just inherited all of McDonald's Douglas, or McDonnell Douglas's just badness. They just inherited all of it when they absorbed the company. I think the Permian Plateau is mostly near completion. A few more decorations I could put in here, I'm sure. Yeah, like I was thinking about this. Like Boeing's been doing surprisingly well for a while. I can't wait to see how they fuck it up. And then they did with like 3 plane crashes basically in a row, all one right after another. And it's just like, good job. It's not actually going to feed them, but it will feed, It does look neat. Meat. Are people going to get out of that giant log bridge thing? What, this? Don't worry about it. Or this. Oh, this. Yeah, there's like there's tubes under the ground that bring you in and out. It is a series of tubes. Listen, tempting fate by talking about plane crashes before you get on a plane has never let me down yet. I haven't died yet. I will be watching episodes of fucking Mayday air crash investigations, like, on my phone in the airport. I don't care. They really only want to go down this path, don't they? You take the low road less traveled, you know? There's big old boys here. Go. Yeah, we added these guys last stream. We did this. We started this whole section last stream, really. I forgot I was adding these lampposts, by the way. There. That keeps people lit up while they eat. More luck with planes and trains. I've had, like, reasonable luck with both. I think my sister went on a train once, and her train got delayed because a guy jumped in front of the train and killed himself. Which apparently happens a lot. Also, give me a fucking second here. Ah. Yeah. Well, I'd rather not happen. I'm not allowed to be annoyed at fucking anything. Anyways. Yeah, I know I gotta do fucking something about this. Speaking of jumping in front of a train, my mother. Uh, I've come to the conclusion that like the few days of freedom I had when she broke her arm was not worth the constant babysitting afterwards. Because, oh dear God, she is less than useless right now. Listen, Lance. Lance. You cannot make her more miserable than I have tried to. You can't do it. You can't fucking do it. You just fucking can. Pool. Anyways. Well, I think that's the Permian Plateau just about over and done with. For the most part, there's lots of open space here that I honestly just don't know how to fill in. It's not entirely unrealistic, it's just like I don't really have much to put here that's just like I want something that's fills in the space here, but also isn't so big that it's just like, oh, now it's just like blocking paths and stuff, you know what I mean? Actually, that's not so bad. Like statues, yeah, but I want statues that fit the situation. And I can only use the Dimetrodon and Lystrosaurus statues so many times. But honestly, that did a lot. That did a lot with a little. That helped out. Okay. Okay, and over here. Where's there's the pizza and gummy bears and ice cream? No, this is the sign. This sign goes right here. Perfect. So we got that sign and this sign. There's Medic New Vegas playthrough. Man, I still have to finish the sniper run. Forget Medic. I mean, I've finished the sniper run and that like I'm not doing it anymore. But like I beat the game with it, but I still need to actually make the fucking video on it. Gate. We got some stadium stands here. I don't know if we can really do much with that, but it is an idea. How hard was it? I made it decently hard on myself. All the extra little bits and challenges that I tacked on top of it definitely made a difference, I think. Yeah, let's try. Oop. I'm not super attached to this idea, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't look like it's gonna work. Uh, well, I could throw a few more plants and stuff in here, but honestly, for the most part, I'm decently pleased with this little area. I'm gonna have to throw in more plants like around here. Just enclose it all in, make it all look nice and pretty. For the most part, I think the Permian Plateau is about as good as it's gonna get. I am satisfied. So now we've got the Paleozoic amphibians, we've got the Cambrian lagoon, we've got the Devonian Zonian, and we've got the Permian Plateau. And we're still really not even close to being done. But you know, we'll get there. Where's this log? I keep forgetting that this log even exists. Jurassic Park with the dinosaurs are robot replicas. Would I go? It depends on the quality of the robot replicas. If they're really good, then I'll probably go like once or twice, but like robots aren't as interesting as animals, you know? You can only see them do so much. These guys are galloping. I don't know what they're panicking about. Like, I feel like attractions like that don't really exist too much or for too long. Because the issue is, robots still require maintenance, but, like, they're just inherently not as interesting as animals. So you have something that's, like, very low in terms of, like revisiting, right? Here we go. A couple more benches makes it look nice and pretty. Like, I'd probably go once or twice just to see what it's like, right? Like, the zoo I can go to as many times as I damn well please, which, like, it confuses one of my friends. Because he's like, dude, they're animals. You seen them once. You seen them. I'm just like, that may be true. In a sense. But, like, every time you go, you get to see them doing something a little different. Sometimes you're there and you just see a mandrill just straight up jorking it. These things happen. Yeah, like dinosaur animatronic attractions, as far as I'm aware, used to be like a pretty big thing in like the 90s and early 2000s after the whole Jurassic Park craze started blowing up. And they started dying down like after that. The San Diego Zoo, back when it was the Wild Animal Park, they actually had an event where they brought in a bunch of dinosaur animatronics. And I really wanted to go see it because number one, I really like the Wild Animal Park, and number two, dinosaurs. But I never got to go while the event was happening, and that made me very sad. Yeah, exactly. You go to the zoo and you get to see some monkey living. Well, the Detroit Zoo? Yeah, I think they must have, like, done that event all over a bunch of different zoos. Because it was, like, the same animatronics from the same company. I saw a YouTube video on this. Just, like, all about these defunct dinosaur animatronic companies. And, my understanding, actually, is that Japan is doing some stuff with dinosaur animatronics that's, like, super impressive. That's what this needs. Need some rock textures. Yeah, it's like a traveling exhibit. That's exactly it. It's like that, but with dinosaurs, robotic dinosaurs. There we go. Just the addition of the rock textures helps, like, liven this up a little bit, I think. You know, maybe we could, do a little bit of rugged terrain. There we go. Yeah, that spices things up a bit. That's a bit too spicy. Hold up. No, 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 not what I wanted. Damn it, damn it, damn it. There we go. I fixed it. Since I've seen experience on the subject, are there any dino waifus? I'm not allowed to have hobbies. Amanda's not allowed to have hobbies. Without it being a weird sex thing. I think it looks better here. Like, frames the exhibit. Yeah, there's like some big-ass animatronic suits going around Japan. Big old dinosaurs. Looks rad. I saw a video where, like, one was an Allosaurus. And was just, like, walking up into the crowd and, like, biting people. Like, biting actual kids in the audience. Like, they don't care how much they're scaring the shit out of the kids. Apparently there's gonna be a power outage on Wednesday, so I may have to, Max Payne may not be happening on Wednesday. And I apologize for that. But it's kind of out of my control. Alright, let's walk around the area before we end things off today, because I do have a lot of work to do, and especially a lot of work if there's going to be power outages. Yay! Let's hide the UI. And look at these guys just sniffing around. Good old Gorgonopsids. It would be nice if people actually, like, use these viewing windows, but the fact that they don't means that I can. Because there's a lot of people who are not choosing to go down this path Let's look at the giant cynodonts. Or dicynodonts, rather. I think this might be a bit too small now. Oh, no one in the cave. I could probably put like some desert flowers here or something. Oh, Heavy love popcorn! Heavy love cold drink! Mountain Dew! Apparently I'm a Pepsi Park. Hello! Do you have pizza and burgers? Yeah, but this is just a mod, so... Oh. Okay, so this is the Sarcoprion, which I also need to do their lagoon. I'll get there. But hey, good view of one. Oh yeah, let's go up the viewing tower. Yeah. Damn, you get like the whole park from up here. Alright, that's rad. I'm glad I put that in. And you can see the Dimetrodon. Look at these critters. Oh, right, I forgot I can't walk past that. That's fine. We make mistakes like these. How AI would pronounce it. The Dimetrodon. Wow, look at that sail on its back. Here are the Gorgonopsids. Look at the size of those fangs. That's my impression of the TikTok AI lady. It's a Cotolyrhynchus. Its head is so small. Yeah, the whole time I've been the AI slop. Okay, so there's exactly 2 views. Edaphosaurus. Did I get a view from in here? Look at him! Tiny Head Gang. Tiny Head Gang. They're best friends. They love each other. Oh. Oh, hey, he's coming right for us. Hell yeah. Wait, he's coming right for us. This is just like Jaws 3D. It's pretty rad. Damn, he's showing off. He's just like, hell yeah, here I am. Look at me. Oh, and we can get a view from inside the hotel. I mean, there's no sharks at the surface, but if there were, that would be pretty rad. Oh, and we're good here. And then go right around here for the pizza and hot dogs and ice cream and gummy worms. Oh, and look, here comes the boys. Beautiful. The big feeder for the shark. Maybe? Okay, here's the thing. I did some testing with a lot of these guys before I started building this park just to see like what worked and what didn't. And I had some Livyatan, and I tried putting a shark feeder in with them, and for some reason, like the Livyatan went to eat from the shark feeder, but then it just like froze in place forever. Like it couldn't even die. It couldn't even starve to death. I couldn't do anything. It was just frozen in place forever. So I don't want to risk anything. I'm pretty sure these guys are using the dunk rig. But yeah, I'm not taking big risks. I'll probably honestly just decorate this off stream and also like add all the plants and shit. Cause I don't know if I want to have another stream where it's just like, oh, I place rocks and talk about fucking cannibals shit. I am quite pleased with how the Permian Plateau has turned out though. I can definitely do a lot more with this. Like once we come around this area and start going to the dinosaurs and shit. I know we didn't do much park building because we had the slop to watch, but I gotta go. I got shit to do. I got a lot shit to do. I got a lot shit to do, one which be pee. So I'm gonna go. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for tolerating the slop, the sludge even. Have a fun time. I have dogs to take out and a video to make very quickly and a bridge to jump off of. Alright, I'm gonna go. Until then.